Good evening, everybody. Hope everyone's doing well tonight. Good to see you, everyone. Hello, hello, Three Dog. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Coming over with Three Dog. Good to see you, brothers. Good to see you, Three Dog. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Definitely shout outs for Three Dog. If you guys are not already following Three Dog, he is very, very knowledgeable. I mean, if you like my channel, if you like the nice voice and thoughtful commentary when it comes to stuff like Silent Hill, Metal Gear Solid, and a lot of other things, you'll love Three Dog. You should definitely follow Three Dog. And Balls, if you're also a fan of Balls. Balls, Fools. Dog's got something for everyone. What's up, Pablo? Been enjoying his Siren playthrough. Yeah, Three Dog has been going through Siren. I love so much about those games, but they are brutal to play through. Maybe that's just me. I just need to play them more and get better at them. But the Siren games are always such a struggle for me to play through. They're pretty difficult. Hey, Sullivans. What's up, Valorosa? And happy birthday. How's it going, Clappy Coon? Hey, Hirimi. Playing Dungeons & Dragons tonight, but still lurking? Nice. Enjoy your D&D. Ancient Oleander. Always good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. I'm doing okay. I'm not 100%. I've been dealing with a stomach bug. So, I've been having some problems with that. I've been dealing with some sinus issues, some allergies, a little bit of just that transition into the cold weather. Just generally been kinda a little bit sick. Nothing too crazy. Nothing terrible. Just annoying. Just frustrating. And Oleander, thank you, by the way. Between the last stream and this one, with a very, very generous $150 dono. Gotta thank you for that. That is very, very kind of you. Again, you were able to help us out. We were able to get some groceries when we really needed them, pay some bills when we really needed to. We're able to get by thanks to stuff just like that. So thank you so much. Seriously. Helping us out immensely. Are we going to find traces from the future Silent Hill games in this one? I'm wondering. I don't know about that. Because, there's not a whole lot of consistency with Silent Hill being developed right now. Konami is still doing its usual thing where they license it out to multiple different developers. Bloober Team did Silent Hill 2 remake. Bloober Team's doing Silent Hill 1 remake. Neobards did Silent Hill F. Screenburn, formerly No Code, is doing Townfall. Hexadrive did Short Message. Genvid did Ascension. So they're still piecing this out to lots of different developers, and they're not typically going to like reference each other. They're not going to like reference other developers and studios' projects. They might do the reverse, where they reference previous releases, things that were out before the series got revived. But future entries, probably not. Probably not. Nub, when was the last time you went through Siren 1 and 2? Probably like 2016. Probably like 9, almost 10 years ago or something. Watch there be light bulbs in this? Imagine if we get canned light bulbs that Bloober didn't deliver on in Silent Hill F. If we get those bulbs. It'd be amazing. Hey Magpie, just wanted to jump in and say, not done with Silent Hill F yet, but took your suggestion and started the game over on story mode. Way better experience. Yeah, for a first playthrough, I feel like new game playthroughs were really balanced around story mode. And all of your subsequent New Game Plus playthroughs, you'll always have more stats, more omamori, you have better things to sort of deal with the harder difficulties. So it feels like the game was really, really balanced around starting your first new game playthrough on story and then bumping up the difficulty as you do finished playthroughs, like as you get endings, so that you can go into the harder difficulties with better stats, better equipment. Definitely makes the experience more enjoyable, in my opinion. Like, obviously, if you just like the challenge, you can do new game hard mode, no omamori, no stat upgrades. You can make the game as challenging as you want it to be. But it feels like it was really balanced around first playthroughs being on story. Like, I slightly regret doing my first full playthrough, my first new game playthrough on hard. Yeah, the director even recommended story mode for a first playthrough. Al Yang recommended it, and producer Motoi Okamoto also. So that seems like that was the intention. That's what influenced you in picking story. Glad you did. Yeah, like I said, a little bit of regret. I think I got more frustrated with the game than I would have otherwise doing my first playthrough on hard, and it kind of soured my first impressions of the game a little bit. A lot of that I've kind of leveled out on after playing New Game Plus a whole bunch of times and seeing like all the differences in the difficulties and stuff so far. So there's still things that I don't really like about the game, especially when it comes to combat and gameplay mechanics. But overall, I still really enjoy this game. Like Silent Hill F, all of the artistic elements of Silent Hill F are like 10 out of 10 for me. Character designs, monster designs, dialogue, atmosphere, sound design, music, puzzles. A lot of that is really, really good. The only things where this game kind of falls short for me, the combat mechanics, for how much combat is in the game, They don't feel like they're fleshed out well enough. The combat systems and things could have been balanced and polished a bit better if they wanted to have such a large focus on combat. And it just feels like there's a little too much combat in general. Too many times, especially towards the end of the game, where you're put into situations where all you can do is just like get locked in a little arena and have to kill things to progress. And they throw a lot of that at you back to back to back to back towards the last like 20% of the game. So some stuff like that is not my favorite. But overall, this game is still very, very good. Last half hour was a damn slog, yeah. As said, for me, it's kind of comparable to something like Silent Hill 4, where I love everything about the game, and then when I get to the second half, I'm kind of like, all right. Time to get through this. Do you think it's better than Silent Hill 2 Remake? No, I still like Silent Hill 2 Remake better than F. But I will say F, in terms of like original games, not remakes, not reimaginings, not anything like that, in terms of being a completely original story, this is probably my favorite original Silent Hill game since 4. Again, not counting remakes, not counting like Shattered Memories, or Silent Hill 2 Remake. Just strictly original stories. I like this one a lot more than Origins, Homecoming, Downpour, Book of Memories, Short Message. Comparing to Silent Hill 2 Remake is a bit like apples to oranges in my mind. I agree. They're different types of games, and the intent and the goal behind the production of the game is very different. The one thing that is comparable between Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F, the engine. They're both Unreal Engine 5 games, and I will say Silent Hill F is the much better Unreal Engine game. Like, it runs so much more smoothly compared to Silent Hill 2 Remake or Chronos: The New Dawn. I think I like F more in terms of length of game. You know, I was a little concerned about Silent Hill F when early release information was coming out and people were saying that the game's kind of short, that it's like 9 to 10 hours. But when you consider that like they're expecting you to play it 4 or 5 times to get the full story, I kind of like that. I kind of like that length. I agree. Bad for liking Homecoming and Downpour. I mean, you're totally fine to like whatever you want to like. I mean, look, my whole background startup screen is Downpour themed, and I don't like Downpour. I don't like Downpour that much. I will say, like, even the lesser enjoyed Silent Hill games, a lot of people kind of get the wrong impression when I talk about like how I personally don't really like Homecoming or Downpour. For the time period that those games came out in, they are still some of the best horror games in the genre. In terms of Silent Hill overall, just as a franchise, they are not as thoughtful, subtle, well-written, well-made as some of the other games are. But I will say, in terms of like horror as a genre, I would gladly play Homecoming or Downpour over some of the other things that are out there. that were around like the same time. Bloober needs to get on fixing PS5 Pro version of Silent Hill 2 Remake. I mean, it's something that they had released a statement and said they were going to do, but that was quite a while back. And I imagine they've got their hands full with Silent Hill 1 Remake now, not to mention the Xbox release for Silent Hill 2 Remake is going to be coming up. It hasn't been like officially announced, but it's been rated, so it's going to happen. Does Nub have a favorite game in the series in terms of atmosphere alone? Strictly atmosphere, no other element? Silent Hill 3. For me, I would say that's probably Silent Hill 3. I think 3 does a really good job of starting you off in like reality, where you've got the sunset and the mall emptying out, and like that late afternoon working towards night sort of time of day going on. The sound design, and then everything slowly kind of gradually becoming more and more affected by the other world. There's a lot of great atmosphere in Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 2 would be a very, very close second for me in terms of atmosphere. OG Silent Hill 2. The fact you can find a cocoon in Origins in the same location as the associated boss fight in Silent Hill 1 is one of my favorite Easter eggs in a game. Origins has some cool stuff, yeah. Yeah. The cocoon reference to the float stinger. It's a fun little reference. It doesn't make any sense. That's the thing. It's just a little fan service, like little Easter egg. It does not make sense for there to be a cocoon for the float stinger like 7 years before the events of Silent Hill 1. Again, my issues with those games, like stuff like Origins, a lot of it just comes down to how it goes against a lot of the pre-established lore. Like, even having an otherworld that functions the way that it does in Origins shouldn't have really been a thing until after Alessa's soul split. Like, the town itself has always been a spiritual place. There's always been weird stuff that happens, but there hasn't necessarily been an otherworld in the way that the games portray it until the events with Alessa. And then Origins kind of did away with that and was like, nah, mirror world. There's a mirror world, dog. It's been there the whole time. A little weird. But then we also have Silent Hill F kind of doing the same thing. But it's debatable how much of it is spiritual power otherworld or just happening in the traumatized, delusional mind of a young woman named Shimizu Hinako. Because to me, Silent Hill F, the story and everything, the way that it's presented, follows more in line with Silent Hill Shattered Memories, where you're seeing the mental sort of distortion. You're seeing everything through the delusional mind of someone, so that you're never really experiencing reality. Not even in the sense of the other games where like you're experiencing a twisted version of reality through the other world. Like, you're not even experiencing that in F, in my opinion. You're just seeing things through Hinako's mind. But again, it depends on how you want to interpret information, which ending you want to consider being like canonical or not. But yeah, we're gonna get started with Silent Hill F, the cam hack playthrough. Obviously, we're still going to be watching cutscenes and talking about story and some things like that, but that's kind of the main purpose of this playthrough. We're not going to necessarily like read every note. We're not going to necessarily deep dive into a lot of the story and stuff. A lot of that's going to come with in-depth story playthroughs. That's why I try to do multiple different kind of playthroughs with lots of different elements that I'm focusing on. My in-depth story playthroughs are where we really focus on the story and different ways to interpret the characters and the information. This is just going to strictly be, let's look around. We're looking around at stuff. Let's see how this game was put together. Let's see if there are any cool little Easter eggs that are hiding out of bounds or where you can't normally look at them. Let's take some cool screenshots and get some cool video clips with camera angles that we don't normally get. That's kind of the main focus of a cam hack playthrough for me. I just want to really take in the environments, look at all the little details, all the models, all that sort of stuff. And this one is going to be a little bit more difficult, a little bit more awkward. We'll go ahead and switch over to this here. But this is day one. This is day one of Silent Hill F cam hack playthrough. We're going to be checking out all the environments, looking at as many little details, see if there's anything interesting hidden out of bounds, look at some interesting ways that they put scenes together, environments together, get a closer look at some character models, enemies, all that sort of stuff. And it's going to be a little bit awkward because my Japanese is limited. Like, I spent a little bit of time many years ago in Japan and studying Japanese, so I'm not like completely unfamiliar with the language or the culture, but I can't read kanji. I can't read, I'm very slow at reading like hiragana and katakana. I'm not going to have like a full vocabulary to be able to know what I'm looking at, even if I translate something. I am going to be using my phone to hopefully try and translate some stuff when we're like reading signs that are around town and things like that. It's not going to be super accurate just because no camera-based translation app, I'm just using like Google Lens. None of them are like perfectly accurate. So if anything, it might help and give some context. It might accurately translate some things. It might really completely inaccurately translate others. I've already tested it a little bit, and it's like some things work perfectly. Some things that I can translate are not what the translator app shows. So we're still going to take our time to try to read stuff and look at signs and translate things as we go, but not everything is going to be 100% accurate. And I'm sure I'll have plenty of comments under this when it's up on YouTube of fluent Japanese speakers who can maybe provide some more accurate translations to some of the things that we look at. I'll take note of anything like that, any information that people give me that way, through comments, through chat, through Discord, through anything like that, and utilize any info like that for future story playthroughs. This is also going to be my first time, just because it's a little easier to use the mod with keyboard and mouse. This will be my first playthrough of Silent Hill F on keyboard and mouse. So if it seems like I'm doing especially bad at combat and stuff, especially. That's why. So far, all of my playthroughs have been on controller. So I'm going to be kind of getting used to keyboard and mouse gameplay. Let's go. We're just going to keep things on story. Actually, we're going to keep things on story, but let's do New Game Plus, because there are some particular details that I want to look at with the cam hack that are only in New Game Plus. So we'll do New Game Plus for this. We gotta go bunny outfit. Just as a heads up, the cam hack does not work. The mod that I'm using, it does not work during cutscenes. So cutscenes and things like this will still be viewed as normal.
女の人はお嫁さんになるのが仕事なんだって。仕事じゃないよ。ひな子はお嫁さんになりたくないの？でもお父さんに言われるとなりたくなくなる。宿題と同じだね。やれって言われるとやる気なくす。お待たせ。お姉ちゃん。何かいいことでもあった？昔を思い出してた。お姉ちゃんって小さい頃からずっと。
Behold, potentially the only scene that was actually set in reality, the doll scene. I mean, as like a flashback to childhood, Hinako talking to Junko? Maybe. It's still questionable. But it's like, even in this scene, with Hinako having this moment with Junko, Hinako is still dressed as a schoolgirl when she's supposed to be like getting ready for her wedding day and in her 20s. So it's like everything that we see in game for the most part is not reality.
とにかく今後のことは親の方で話を進める。
お父さん、ひな子の気持ちだって。
こんな話二度とないんだぞ。ひな子にとってこれ以上の幸せがあるか？あるわけがない。どこ行く？ 話はまだ終わってないぞひなこ。
それにしてもあのひな子がね。
あいつは本当に高校娘だ。何しろおかげで借金は全て返せる。二度と金に困らずに済むぞ。
お父さんやめてくださいよ。ひな子に聞こえますよ。
Hinako will hear you, have delusions about you. Being much worse than you actually are? Maybe? Potentially? Shadow noises.
あってたまるか、そんなこと。
Shadow noises. Thank you so much for the gift sub. Getting Laffy Des with the stick bugs. Thank you, thank you. Alright, time to go back into Hinako's house. Oh, it's empty. This is going to be most structures that you can't go inside of. There's not going to really be anything modeled or rendered on the inside. We can still take a look around. More stick bugs. Even more stick bugs. Oleander, thank you so much for gifting out 5 stick bugs, 5 gift subs to the community. Sista Bliss, Toxon, The Great Noir, Zarathin, Hot Potato 91. Enjoy the subs. Enjoy the stick bugs, courtesy of Ancient Oleander. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Lots of little details to take a look at around the environment, though. Different kinds of beer bottles. Draft beer. Beer Breweries Limited. The most generic beer making company have. And let's start trying to translate some things. Ooh. Slightly too far back. Hey, Jado Kingu. I'm glad you're here. You can help with some of the translation. Probably help with almost all the translation. Nama. Namabiru. Nama is like raw. Raw beer. This one just says biru. Biru. Also from Beer Breweries Limited. Biru. There's a lot of it. Just has cases of it laying around just to kind of give you that idea of how much Hinako's father actually drinks. Nama beer is a thing? Is that an actual brand or a type of beer? It's a draft beer type. Oh, interesting. So it's not something that's just made up for the sake of this. See, I'm glad chat's here to help me out with that. Carrots? Some very red looking carrots. Spicy Cheetos. Sweet potato? Could be sweet potato. They look kind of different compared to like a red sweet potato though. Like a Japanese red sweet potato, which is one of my favorite things. One of my favorite foods. Japanese sweet potato. My first time going to Japan, this was back in 2007 or so, when I was visiting temples in Kamakura. In Kamakura, there was this little push cart that was going around the streets around one of the temples that had sweet potato ice cream. And that was some of the best ice cream I think I've ever had. And I've never been able to find it anywhere else. Ooh. Dropping my phone on the ground. No, we're not translating from Maltese. God, you're so weird. Cold medicine? Cold pills? I love that seeing Jado Kingu in chat. Thank you again for helping translate stuff right now, because it helps me verify how accurate the Google Lens. And this will also help me brush up on my Japanese. Seeing kanji, trying to relate it to the translation, see if I can actually memorize some of this and have it stick. Help me improve on my my Japanese somewhat. Ooh. And of course, just like with the Silent Hill 2, this is like almost identical to the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack that I used. It can be a little finicky trying to get the angle and everything just right. Pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals is the Google Lens translation on this kanji. So like pharmaceuticals, cold pills. So we have like medicine, boxes of medicine sitting out here. Check out all these appliances and stuff. Sometimes there's brand names. Oh, we also have a lot of stuff that's written in English. Washing on the washing machine. Oh, serial number. Hidden codes. More biru. Seiyaku would be how you pronounce this. Pharmaceuticals. Seiyaku. Again, trying to try and improve my Japanese a little bit. While we're at it. Said it perfectly, thank you. Pronunciation I'm usually okay with. Although there are certain things. Like, with Seiyaku, I don't know how much emphasis would be on the U sound at the end of the word, because a lot of times KU at the end of a word, you won't really pronounce the U. Like fukaku. So sometimes seiyaku, words like that. I don't know if I'm putting too much emphasis on the U sound. It's soft, but you speak Kansai. Kansai dialect is like practically a whole nother language of its own, almost. But a little bit closer look here around the Shimizu house. I love how we've got this very traditional style building, but you can see where stuff has been like this looks like it was added on sometime later, like after they bought the house. It's just kind of propped up with boards. It's kind of falling off. Just like this rusty tin roof. And if you look at pictures and things of Kanayama in Japan, which is the real world, real life place that the developers based Ebisugaoka on, this is pretty much identical the way a lot of the architecture and everything looks. It's these same style of buildings, same type of architecture, same sort of like tin roof, rusty additions onto households and things that were already there. Very, very similar like streets. What does the name of the town mean again? Doesn't it mean hill? Oka. So the Oka in Ebisugaoka means hill. And then Ebisu is a Japanese god of like luck and fishing. Closely associated with the sea. So Ebisugaoka would be Ebisu's hill. Entry to mountain prohibited.
崩れで通れない。昔はここ登った。
And I'm sure a lot of these things that we get like text when we examine them. Yeah, it just says like do not enter. Maybe a reference to Toluca? No. No, there's no direct relation to Toluca Lake with Silent Hill F. There is a lot of thematic parallels to water, though. Hinako's family name. Shimizu. Mizu is water. Shimizu in that context is like divine water. Which coincides with Ebisugaoka's like past, the folklore around the water dragon that resided in the area, that there was the head of this water dragon spewing toxic gas. So like water thematically is still kind of a part of the overall game. Cam scene sensitive? It is. It's a little bit hard to control. It zooms around very quickly, so it can be kind of difficult getting it lined up on stuff. I ran into this same thing when we were doing the Silent Hill 2 Remake cam hack playthrough. But we still get a better look at things than we would otherwise. It's good enough for what I want to do. There are better cam hack tools out there, but some of them are kind of sketchy and cost money, so I'm good with this. Is there a dead end behind the sign? Let's go take the cam back there and see how much of this is actually rendered. Look at that mushroom. The detail on the mushroom. Locomo, thank you so much for the 51 months. Forest POV. Ooh, it gets darker once you move the camera back there. The lighting is not rendered in the same way. Which might also eventually cause a problem if we need to have a light source while also going out of bounds. Because Hinako doesn't really get a flashlight the way you do in the other games. You have a lantern during some parts of the Dark Shrine. That's about it. Oh, look at this. Look at that view from up on top of the mountain. Well, there's the edge of the world back there. There is still a lot of mountain. There is still a lot of mountain and skybox and everything heading back that way. Imagine you bump into the dragon? Dude, that would be so cool. If we find the water dragon out of bounds somewhere. But there's Ebisugaoka. Look how much of the town you can already see down there. Really, really beautiful. Really cool view. And it is kind of similar to Toluca Lake, to be honest. Looking at this view, although all that is not necessarily supposed to be water, it's just stuff that's not rendered in. But because it's not rendered in and kind of looks like water, the mountains surrounding it make it look kind of like a big lake. It looks kind of similar to Toluca. But that's just because of the rendering. Is this based on a real location topographically? The town itself is based on Kanayama in the Gifu Prefecture in Japan. But the mountains and stuff are not like that around Kanayama, as far as I'm aware. It's funny because the developers have said in interviews that they did originally want to set this in Shizuoka. But they felt that because you can see Mount Fuji so well from Shizuoka that it would be strange having something that familiar in the background. So they wanted it to be sort of indistinct, not recognizable mountain ranges and hills. Just want to look around all these houses. Again, there's not going to really be anything rendered inside, but still cool just to look around. Never know. Could Shift Controller Alt make cam hack smoother? I'm already using them. Trust me, I'm already using them, Varvik. Here's the camera speed, normally, not pressing anything else. Here's with Shift. Here's with Alt. So, already using it. Trust me, I've already been practicing with it. Another pharmaceutical box. Some more cold medicine. So these are just kind of repeated assets everybody's got hanging out outside of their houses. Everyone's got their cold medicine and pharmaceuticals. It's the baskets of clothes. Gas cans. Is there a similarity between the town they based this game off of, that would be Kanayama, and the town they based Silent Hill off of? Well, Silent Hill was based on a lot of different places. Like, there wasn't one singular town that influenced or inspired the look of the original town in Silent Hill, because the town itself is not consistent from game to game. Like, Silent Hill 1, when you're in, like, Central Silent Hill, and Silent Hill 2, when you're in, like, South Vale, they're completely different parts of the town, and they take completely different inspiration. Kindergarten Cop. Kindergarten Cop was used as the reference for Midwich Elementary. Different towns in Maine were used for inspiration behind Silent Hill itself, in the first game, as well as areas around Chicago. Team Silent did location scouting around Chicago for the first game. There was San Bruno, California, which was the inspiration for the town streets and buildings in Silent Hill 2. Most of that is based on San Bruno, California, because that was like 10 minutes away from the old Konami offices when they used to be located out there. Whereas, like, everything in this game all comes from, like, one location, Kanayama. Wasn't Toluca originally based on a lake in California? Yeah, I borrowed the name. Borrowed the name from an actual lake in California. And the image from Silent Hill 2 comes from Scotland? Comes from England. So the name Toluca Lake comes from Toluca Lake in California. But the appearance of Toluca Lake in Silent Hill 2 is based on Derwentwater in Keswick in England. Yeah, it is actually a 2D image. Like, they are just some edited photographs of Derwent water to make the background of Toluca Lake that you see in Silent Hill 2. See, we never actually go in here, past here, do we? Oh no, we do later. That's right. This loops around. Get these flowers. They're very, very polygonal. This nice little pond in the back. I need to start working on my yard. Make it look like this. Make it look nice. I love the aesthetic of all these. And these little like red berry things growing into the bushes here. Sorry, I don't know much about plants. I'm not going to be able to like recognize. We got Rachel here to help out with the flowers. Hydrangeas kind of look like that naturally. Oh yeah, before we take a look at this, let's just look at Hinako. Look at these character models. Look at her eyeballs and teeth. The fuzzy bunny ears. You can let her animation, idle animation play. I've only seen a little bit of the actress. I keep forgetting her name. Kato? Something Kato. But the Japanese actress who plays Hinako has been doing a playthrough of Silent Hill F. And it's always interesting seeing how similar like some of the facial expressions and things are between the actress and the character. You can see the actual the fox brooch, the Inari brooch. A little bit better look. You can see the symbols on the uniform. The fuzzy tail. It's got like little pink threads and stuff in it too. It says Cole, means high from high school. So yeah, it is more of a high school uniform, which is what leads to like a moment when you're at the middle school and she talks about graduating. It's kind of your first implication that she's older than she actually appears to be. Just to go back to that comment in chat too. Bro, she's like 14. I mean, we're not doing that. We're not looking there. But she's in her 20s. The Hinako that we perceive throughout the game is not reality. She's a 20-something-year-old woman about to get married. I wanted to take a look at the uniform just because very similar to Silent Hill 2 Remake, where, let's kind of move out of the grass a little bit, where James's character model gradually changes over the course of the game. He gets like dirt under his fingernails, he gets bags under his eyes. And similarly, Hinako gets like rips and tears in her uniform. So I just want to take a look at the character model now at the start of the game so that we can kind of compare as we go through the game, because like her socks and shoes get more dirty and muddy and scuffed. She gets like scratches and scrapes on her hands and legs. Of course, the uniform starts getting torn up. So it's just kind of cool seeing, try and look at the uniform for comparison to see how much it changes over the course of the game. And then we have the Hokora. You can see we've even got the little Inari statue inside. A little better look at that. Oh, in fact, I made an offering in real life at a Hokora when I was in Japan, in Kamakura. I think that was in Kamakura. Let me find. I've got actual photos of me in Japan that we can compare to some of these images. Pull some stuff up. Younger nub time. A little bit of younger nub time. For comparison, here is an actual Hokora. This would have been in Kamakura, I believe. And now I'm really struggling to remember. It's been a long time. But this is one of the ones that I actually like visited, and there you can see some of the figures are even similar. The little statues, very, very similar to like Inari and the foxes. My friend and I were offering coins to the Hokora, where other people had left coins and things. But yeah, very interesting seeing the way this looks in game compared to things in real life. I don't have too many photos of things that we can kind of look at and compare. Here, you get an ancient nub picture. That's me as a young teenager. Again, I think I was 19. Would have been my first trip. Yeah, I would have been about 19. But if I have images and things that are kind of comparable, I said Okora, we've seen that. Emma. Here's one of the Emma boards that was in, I think all of these are from Kamakura. But yeah, I'll try to share some real life photos whenever I can. Things to translate. Kuzunodai 2 chome? 2 chome? Kuzunodai, so that's just like, yeah, the name of the area. I guess that would be the prefecture. You'll have to visit again sometime? I would absolutely love to. Would be much more expensive to do that same trip today compared to almost 20 years ago. Would take a lot of time and effort and money, but I would love, absolutely love to go to Japan again, especially since, you know, if I could go with my wife, if Rachel could go on a trip, as well as our friend Tiny Wolf, who also spent time in Japan. And I know he would love to go back as well. More of those beer bottles, same ones. A little closer look at the, oh, there's multiple pages. There's another issue underneath with like a whole nother image. Look at that. I don't think we see that cover anywhere else either. I mean, I could be wrong. There's a lot of magazines similar to this in Rinko's bedroom. That's crazy. There's another issue with a unique image. It's not just the same thing like stacked up. Again, I know it's a little awkward trying to get the camera lined up here. This is holding Alt, moving the camera slowly. It still zooms around. So the title of the magazine, the Google Lens translation I get is Young Girl or Youth Girl. First cover says Youthful Girl. There we go. Thank you, Jado Kingu. The text on the right side in blue The translation I'm getting is women must be loved. And then the smaller text on the left side, Anamo Shira Ukose's Anamo Kujira Ukose's latest fashion special, Beautiful Stationery, best-selling song ranking. So it's like, here's a celebrity, fashion special. Here's the most popular songs. Just kind of like a pop culture magazine. But it shows like how ingrained into the culture the idea of women have to be proper and pretty and into fashion. There's some different text on the other issue underneath. I'm never going to be able to line this up the way I did before. Recommended brand? Osusume deito furan. Recommended date? Brand? Osusume deito furan? Oh, Puran, like plan. So like recommended date plan, like recommended ideas for going on a date. Practical tips for choosing clothes is the machine translation I get for the second from top to bottom on the screen. And then popularity and quality. Hinako in Kana? Does it have Hinako's name written in Kana as part of that? My mistake, read it wrong. That's okay. Popular cosmetics. Here we go. I got a little bit better translation there. So like, yeah. Recommended date ideas, date plan, practical tips for choosing clothes, popular cosmetics. So yeah, it's all popular fashion, clothing, makeup, all the things that you're expected to be into as a woman. Are those magazines for women? The subject material of them makes it seem like they're for women, but then we also have like the alcohol bottles sitting out here. So there's a couple ways we could like try to interpret the information, because Hinako talks about, all of the husbands in the village in Ebisugaoka are just like her dad. They all drink and they all womanize and they're all abusers. That's just how she views them. So we could view this as like pervy old man sitting out here drinking beer, looking at pictures of beautiful women in the magazines, or the husbands and wives sitting out here together. Husband drinking beer, wives looking at, practical clothing and popular songs. The things that she's supposed to be into, while the man is supposed to drink and be manly. Again, these are like the common themes throughout the game. Inferred gender roles.
お稲荷様だ。あちこちに祀られてる。
お稲荷様。I love all the little foxes. Yeah, we've got headless Inari statues. Which, don't we also see some headless Jizo statues and things later? Similar to the headless Inari statue that's here. A hint to losing one's identity theme? Possibly. Possibly. Could be a little hint of that. It could also just be some environmental storytelling to let you know how old all of these Inari shrines are. That the statues themselves are like falling apart. Although the head is not here the way that it would be if it had just like broken off at some point. Like it's actually missing. Very cool. Already running into some repeated common assets. Everyone's got the same washer. Assuming this has the same, same little serial number on the front. Oh. And see, there's going to be a lot of stuff like this where there's writing, but it's so faded that I'm not going to be able to like machine translate. Because there's like a label on the barrel. Is that English? Am I crazy? And then kanji on the side of the box. But yeah, stuff that's a little too faded, I won't be able to machine translate that kind of thing. And hey, Liv, thank you for helping with translating as well. Look at the faded text and comment on the YouTube upload? Fair. Like I said, I will be looking at any comments, any messages, anybody who can help out with some of the translating and context for things. All of that is going to go into my notes. for future story playthroughs. Yeah, a lot of these mushrooms, the mushrooms and fungus, compared to the flowers, the mushrooms are like one of the more detailed environment, like nature assets so far. And because we're on New Game Plus, of course, we can go right in here. This house isn't normally open on New Game. Sewing machine. See, I need all, like, I have all these friends, all these people who I know are experts in things. We've got people helping with the Japanese translation. And if my friend Xander was here, Xander could probably help identify the sewing machines with patterns, fabric and stuff here. It's even got the pedal down there at the bottom. Foot pedal sewing machine. 60s. 50s and 60s. Deiyaku. Tassadul. Tassadul, thank you so much for the 28 months. Hope you're doing well. Reiyaku. Elixir. Elixir. What I get for the, like, machine translation on that. Like a health drink. But not a health drink that we can drink. Hey, all the little kid, the toys, candy and stuff for the kid that lived here. The treasure hunt. Wonder drug. Kanji for spirit and medicine. Miracle drug. So elixir is a fair translation. Okay. Thank you. Naranja. That's not Japanese. Orange. Choco straw. Chocolate straw. I have it upside down. Don't I? Yeah. Chocolate straw. Oh, that is right way up. Chocolate straw is what I get for the machine translation. This has been more accurate so far than I thought it would be. Same thing written on the side. Google's okay for single words, and not always. Especially once we get into some of the other signs and fonts that are a little bit more stylized and not quite so easily be here for a while. Not so easily translated. Hill of Madness. Yeah, that's what I got on my translation, on the machine translation, the white book on the left. The Hill of Madness. Wonder what hill they're talking about. Great Space Battle? Is this like blue one? Mysterious opening? Mysterious garden? These numbered volumes? Mysterious something. Mysterious garden. Is it fog? Mysterious fog? Unraveling history. Heian period. The book on the far right. So many books. Women and Daily Life. A Place with Baby Birds. Does that actually say Hinako? The white book kind of on the left? Not the far left. Oh, Hinatori. Hinatori. Not Hinako. Throughout history. It's like history books, but still a reference to like, yeah, that's what Hinako's name is sort of based on. So these are like relevant book titles, especially if we are to go under the assumption that everything that we're sort of seeing is coming from Hinako's mind. That she is sort of imparting aspects of herself and her life and into some of the books and things that we find in the environments. Home and daily life, women and daily life. History books, the text on the ones on the right. Doesn't quite translate. Maybe from this angle. Ebisugaoka Local Studies. Oh, we got a laser gun. And a cow. What that cow doing? Who's she? Very similar, but not the same ray gun as Shu. Juice yogurt is the box with the cow on it. Yoguruto. Yoguruto. I can read a little bit. Not nearly enough to translate without an app, unfortunately. Oh, that dogs? Foxes? It's a dog. Do you think Shu wanted her to get married or not? Inu something Karuta? Karuta is a type of playing card. Are those similar to like Hanafuda? Inubo? Inubo Karuta is what the machine translation gives me. Oh, my phone is gonna die. Yeah, and these little foam airplanes. Man, I used to love these little foam airplanes. There's a lot of these, oh, it's like a matching game. Oh, okay. That's what Karuta is. Got it. There's a lot of these like little Japanese toys and stuff that are very similar. You know, they're not uniquely Japanese. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, we've got a yo-yo. It's even got the string coiled up inside the yo-yo. What a detail. I was all about yo-yos in elementary school. And these little foam airplanes. You'd buy them in these little flat packs, and you'd like have to cut out the middle and stick the wings and the tail through and stick the propeller on the end. They would break so easily. But I used to get these from like the ice cream truck that would come through my neighborhood as a kid. I used to love these little foam planes. I had a ton of those when I was a kid. Cookies? Candies? Sesame cookies? Senbei? They look a little too thick to be like senbei. They've got the little like nuts or seeds in them that you can see. Some other type of little candy. This game always makes me want just all of the Japanese snacks. Ooh. Photos of the people where their heads are like creepy blurred out. Love it. It also makes me wonder if some of these are, if they did something similar to Bloober with Silent Hill 2 Remake, where they used a lot of actual historical photos that were public domain, and then just like edited people's faces and stuff out to kind of make them creepier. Although looking at the hands and stuff, that might just be a render. That actually does look like it's a 3D render. Look at the calendar on the wall. Well, we can see what day and month the calendar's, like what day it starts on for each month. Months are blurred. Junigatsu? Hard to tell. First one looks like month 0, like the kanji for 0. I mean, considering this is Silent Hill, like, just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean that they might not use something like that for an asset just to make it, one, nondescript as far as giving a timeline or time frame, and two, just to be creepy and weird. See, some of the more stylized writing that's blurrier is going to be harder to make out. See, that to me looks like possibly an actual photo that's been edited as opposed to a render. Maybe I'm wrong. This looks like a render. That looks like... This kind of looks like the view we just looked at from the top of the mountain when you're looking at Ebisugaoka from up top. That one looks more like a render. This looks like a real photo. $2:15. I think we do see a recurring time like 2:15. I don't know if there's any significance to it, or sometimes it's just the way that the team makes the assets. Back of the TV. There were even some little Easter eggs in Silent Hill 2 Remake on some of the labels on electronics and things, so I'm still trying to look at as many little details as we can. You can see the inside of these little drawers that you never even open. Oh, those are not her shoes. For a moment, I saw these and I was like, wait, did Hinako take her shoes off? I'm like, does she take her shoes off when you enter the house? That would like be the proper thing to do. It's the same like model, I think. Yeah. Little bags of snacks. Nothing rendered in the bag itself. The arare. Proper thing to do is not steal snacks from someone's house. True. You wouldn't want to just walk in to someone's house uninvited, the door hanging wide open, and start taking their snacks. But if you were, at least take your shoes off. At least take your shoes off. Can we see anything inside the little treasure box? Because I think we get chocolate from it. Not actually rendered in there. Oh, there's some more juice yogurt. With the happy cow. Yoguruto. I love the little fridge. There's like stamps stuck on it. All the little containers, chopsticks, more beer bottles, cooking utensils, some sort of can here with writing. It's a little too dark to see the first symbol. Juice, some kind of juice. No light bulbs. No light bulb in the can. I'm not expecting light bulbs in a can. Not from Silent Hill F. That would be amazing if they did it. Oh, it's tomato juice. Here's another one. Here's a better view. And it's written in English. And it's written in English on the can as well. Just trying to look around all these little boxes. So many things. There's so many assets kind of crammed into some of these rooms. This is one of the things I've been really looking forward to with the Cam Hack playthrough of this game, because there are just so many things in the environment. And I wanted to be able to look at everything so much closer. Oh, fox origami with sakura blossoms. That's cute. And it's different from the fox origami that we find in the middle school. Some more of those youthful women magazines. Oh, look at that. There's like 3 of them stacked up on each other, and they all have different covers here. Because the 2 that are under this one are the same that were on the outside of that house we looked at earlier. This is a different one. Volume 6. Still has the like fashionable clothing, youthful woman magazine, youthful girl magazine. Best-selling song ranking, fashionable outfits on the bottom left there. Oh. Okay. So March, we have a March calendar. Oh. Nice, more of those magazines. Pencil sharpener. More origami. Oh my god. We found Robbie. We found Robbie the rabbit. He was on the pencil case. He was on the pencil case the whole time. That's adorable. I love Anime Robbie. Some more books. Almost knocked over everything. Student friend? Okay. I love when I see the machine translation and I read it out and then I see Jado Kingu or Liv say the same thing in chat. It's honestly surprising how accurate this has been so far. Student friend. My student friend. Added my to make it sound better. That's okay. But a series called Student Friend. Urendo. Or friend of a student. But that makes sense. Again, if we're to assume that these are things being projected into the environment by Hinako's mind. When she was a student, the friends that she had, like Shu, Hinako, or Shu, Sakuko, Rinko, like that's all important aspects of her life. Oh, look at these covers. There's a fox. Fox carrying fishing buckets? Lanterns? Something. Got buckets of something. That's called Curse of a Fox or something, if I remember right. I can't quite get a translation on the spine of it. And not an accurate translation. The translation that Google Lens gives for that book is wait, hold on, let me see if I can get it again. Fox Love Story. I mean, Fox Love Story would also make sense in context, but I don't know if that's an accurate translation. This whole game is kind of a Fox Love Story in one way. Book of Fox Marriage. Okay, okay. And that also fits in with the history of the town, because that is part of like the Inari folklore, that the foxes would wed humans. Notebook written in English. Pencils. A little closer look at the spine of the books. The Fox Wedding Scroll. Interesting. Tales of Fox Seduction. All of these translations work. Hey, we've got this image that we also see in the middle school. Because I believe that's supposed to be Shu, Sakuko, Rinko, and then the two that are smudged out. Their faces are all scribbled over. I think are supposed to be Kotoyuki and Hinako. Too bad I can't do much about the brightness. Woman holding a baby. It's a very dark picture either way. Nothing hiding in the dressers. The insides of them are rendered, which is cool. Usagi. We have a bunny. Which there is a lot of parallel between Sakuko and rabbits. Like represented thematically through rabbits. Bear with a bell on it. Oh, here's a better look at the it's that same yogurt box. The juice yogurt and the dog cards. There's the key that we use to get out onto the actual like porch area, but look at the design of the kokeshi. It looks like Hinako, and the key is like wrapped around her throat. Because we don't see that doll when we pick the key up, do we? Yeah, it just gives us the balcony key. It doesn't like zoom in on the doll itself. Creepy details. That's what we're here for. That's what we're looking for. More traditional kokeshi. Sitting around their bowl of cubes. Those are some very flat, weird cube textures. Like, I guess they're just meant to be like building blocks and stuff like that, like toys, but this is from Sakuko, but it's too cute. It's too cute for me. So the Robbie case is from Sakuko. Sakuko is Robbie the Rabbit, confirmed. Oh, and I didn't even catch the writing there at the bottom. Jumping out. Like hopping out. Like rabbits hopping. I think is the translation, the intention. Check the globe, see if it's accurate to 1960s. I've actually seen some other people look at the globe already, because you see the globe in the middle school, and it is not 1960s accurate. Australia. Bungu. Yeah, Pion would be like onomatopoeia for hopping, jumping. Pion Bungu. That's fun to say. It is. Pion Bungu. So like bunny hop stationary, hop stationary. .2:15 on the clock in here as well. A note about the see if the doll is moved yet. It is. And that is the kokeshi. It's the one. Oh, it's this one. I never realized that it was the Hinako kokeshi next to the key. That's the one that's moving out here into the hallway. I'm guessing it does that once you open up this, like once you use the key. It changes to this position. More tomato juice, some more toys. Oh, different magazine. Look at this cool guy. Master of Play. Let's get lost in the game world together. Popular plastic model ranking. A board game to play with friends. That's the machine translation of all the writing on the cover. Master of Play is the title at the top. Let's get lost in the game world together. Yeah, like boys magazine about fun and games, plastic models, toys and games, and fun stuff, so that you get that comparison of culture compared to the girls' magazines about fashion and makeup. Can't quite see in it. Dev? I don't know if it's a dev. Some of these are very like realistic looking though. I wonder what they sourced, like what they used. Also this writing book. I don't think I actually looked at. Oh, fun with baby birds. Colorful fun for baby birds. Again, Hinako's name essentially translates to baby bird. So it's interesting seeing that as like a recurring theme in lots of different ways. Visually, we see like the dead birds throughout the game, but then also written on all these magazine covers. Seen it in a couple of spots now. A better view of that photo, the mother holding the baby. And one of the Ebisugaoka streets. Is that the street going to Chizuruya? It kind of looks like the street leading up to Chizuruya, the candy store. Lots more books. Oh, Hinadori. Thank you for the correction, Jaro Kingu. Tori is bird, but in a compound. Like Hinadori, it would become Dori. To becomes Do. Japanese is hard. Maybe not for everybody. Man, Japanese is difficult. I really should have stuck to my studies back then. Cool drawing here. Bloody windows gushing out of these houses. Are these our main characters' houses? Because Sakuko is in the 2 story. Hinako is in the 1 story with the lean-to like on the side, the little addition. And then Shu's house, or Rinko's house, possibly. Rinko's also in a 2-story house. Like separate little compartments in this. Kuruma. Car driving along, possibly with blood on the front of the... Look at there's like red on the front bumper, and then red spreading under the wheels. They hit something, ran something over. Yes, these are more of the same books we saw in the other bedroom and downstairs. Very cool. That's why that one's got the actual little compartments in it modeled. You can open it. A little Hinako doll. Oh. Look at these. Tarabebi Sugaoka from the mountain. And one of the houses, possibly this house that we're in. Little different setup layout though. All right. Oh. And then on the way out, another calendar. It's Tuesday. Tuesday, innit? Or is that Friday? Is that Kyle? Am I wrong? Oh yeah, Tuesday. You're confusing me, Jado King. I'm like, at least I know days of the week. I don't know a lot of kanji, but I'm like, I know like numbers and days of the week and months. I was like, maybe I am wrong though. I'm not very confident in my Japanese. It is Tuesday? Okay. You're on night shift now? It's okay. I appreciate you helping out. I really appreciate you helping out with translation. As I said, I'm surprised at how well the machine translation and stuff is doing so far, but there's definitely going to be stuff we come across that doesn't Google Translate correctly, and that I won't be able to translate correctly by myself. Coffee flavored candy. Reiaku, more of the elixir. Coffee flavored candy. More beer. More biru. The details of like the tarps laid across things with the cinder blocks and stones just to hold it down, keep it in place. Water pump. Garden that loops back up towards the magazines and beer bottles out on the porch.
Hmm?
2 hours in.
千鶴屋なら誰か来てるかな?
And we are still just looking at the very first few houses in the town. This is going to be a very long series, by the way. Silent Hill 2 Remake was like a 30-part series with every part being about like 3 to 6 hours on average. This one probably won't be quite that long, but I imagine this will still be like 20 parts or something. Dobo Kasho? Dobo Kasho? That book on the left? What's Dobo Kasho? History of disasters in Ebisugaoka? Calligraphy, something. More pharmaceuticals. Might be some words are in Taiwanese. I mean, it is a Taiwanese-based studio. But, yeah, we'll see what kind of assets we find. Book on left according to Google. I mean, I'm Google translating stuff as much as I can, but Google is also not always going to accurately translate stuff, especially if it's trying to view the kanji as Chinese text. You're going to get completely different meanings and translations. Completely different meanings and translations. Some things will carry over between Chinese writing and Japanese. They share some characters and things like that, but beware of fire. What I have for that top sign. Orobitan? Orobitan A. Oh, this is the spoof. You mentioned this one in one of your comments, Jado Kingu. So Orobitan A is a spoof of Oromin C, which is an actual product. Genki Sakuretsu? Oronamin. Sorry. Yeah, parody of an energy drink. Japanese energy drink. Oronamin C. Yeah, kind of like vitamin C. So instead of that, it's Orobitan A. The Japanese monster drinks of the 60s. Release date 1965. See, from what I remember, this game takes place in 1961. So it's referencing a product that technically would have potentially come out a little bit later. Because the date that we get towards the end of the game for Hinako's wedding is April of 1961. I forget exactly which day, but it's on one of her journal entries as well as one of the calendars in the Shimizu household section towards the end. Don't go in the well. There's a void below. There's a void. Man, I love how much detail there is in these little areas. These sides of the house that you can't even see normally. Imagine Sadako waiting in the well for cam hackers. Oh, I would love it. If there was like a Sadako reference hidden around one of these wells. Oh yeah, Terry? Saw the Chronos playthrough where you couldn't see the Silent Hill 2 save point Easter egg on ultra low settings. Good thing you knew about that ahead of time. Yeah, on the one hand, I was kind of like, oh man, that would have been cool to discover on my own. But on the other hand, I'm glad that I had that Easter egg spoiled, because if I had just played it without knowing, I would have gone right past it. I never would have even knew it was there. It was such a weird thing to have the graphic settings remove a single red square texture that makes no sense to like remove for the sake of visuals, but very blurry writing. I won't be able to translate pretty much any of this. So leave these for a moment. We'll get some screenshots. People with better Japanese reading skills. Because that's one of those things when you're dealing with like blurry text. I was doing a lot of that with English text when we did cam hack playthroughs of Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 2 Remake, where even something that's written in English can be so blurry and low res that you can't really tell what it's supposed to say. But contextually, if you're fluent enough, sometimes you can kind of pick the meaning out, even from very blurred text. So this is the kind of stuff where somebody who's got good eyes and fluent enough in Japanese, and knows enough context might be able to piece together some parts of this. But they are very blurry. And that's a lot, to be fair, that's a lot harder to do with kanji and Japanese writing, because there's so many characters that look so similar. Maybe stick some screenshots in the Discord? I'll try and do that. No, the mod does not work during cutscenes, unfortunately. Yeah, this is essentially the same as the Silent Hill 2 Remake mod that I used. So, it's a little limited. It's a little bit awkward to use. And you can't use it during cutscenes, but that's all right. I mostly just like this. I mostly like just being able to zoom in these details, like this squished baby bird. Again, foreshadowing to Hinako herself being referenced as a bird, baby bird. Oh, this is Okamoto Fisheries. Fresh fish. Okamoto Fisheries. We get a phone call from Okamoto Fisheries during the Shimizu House, which is also a reference to the producer of the Silent Hill franchise right now, Motoi Okamoto. Tobacco, cigarettes. I can read that one. I know that one. I know my way around a tobacco vending machine. Because when I was younger and visiting Japan, I still smoked back then. Oh. My cat is fussing at me. Ziggy wants
この先
attention.
に抜け道があったはず。
The laundry, the towels and stuff hanging up to dry. Can we see? Is there any fish in the truck? Gotta start clipping into these things. Nothing gonna be rendered inside the buildings themselves, but still just kind of cool to look at. View of Ebisugaoka from the rooftops. No Comic Sans Japanese signs. There is some pretty, like, it's not the same as Comic Sans, but there is some pretty stylized, like, Japanese fonts used for some of the signs, like the UFO posters. Hidden in a building. Oh, okay, I get it. You're referencing the Silent Hill 2 remake Easter egg. Yeah, that is such a good Easter egg. I love that Bloober Team is willing to poke fun at the HD collection as well. Through that Easter egg. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll just have to go and watch the Silent Hill 2 remake cam hack playthrough. The women talking building, nothing actually inside. We can kind of see where the windows are. No old grandmas, no gossiping grannies. Here it is from the granny's perspective.
最後は心よりお金よね。噂をすればなんとやらだよ。
We keep calling them grannies. They don't sound that old, really. Just gossiping. Already talking about Hinako and Shu. Everyone kind of expected that those two would be together since they grew up together and were so close. So now they're questioning it, that she's marrying Kotoyuki instead. Just kind of showing potentially how the town reacts to this event, you know, going on, this wedding. But again, we don't know how much of anything is real. That could just be Hinako's own projections of what she thinks the rest of the village thinks, you know? Dobo Kasho. Again, this is that same book. Unless I'm getting a weird translation. What is Dobo Kasho? Google does not answer my question. I hate AI, dude. On the one hand, having like something that can relatively do well translating is nice. It's definitely easier than like flipping through a dictionary every time. Oh, same as before? By the characters, songs. Oh, so I'm getting two different interpretations. Jaru Kingu says road, forget, flower, and summary. Livlin says songs or poems of forgotten paths. Is that the character for Uta? No, it's not though. Is it? Road, forget, flower. Is that Hana? I gotta get back to studying. It is? Thank you.
裏切り者
サクコ
裏切り者。
どこ行くのこっち通るの珍しいね
車が道を塞いでてさ
千鶴や
今は誰かと喋りたくて
私も後から行くね
うんじゃあね
裏切り者
Uragirimono is sort of like it like traitor is a well enough translation, but it's a little more literal to like backstabber. Some books in this game have their titles flipped, not just backwards, but flipped entirely. Commented about them in the YouTube vid. I'll have to go back over some of your comments, because I know you've translated a lot of the things already. Left it in various comments. Although I know at one point you were trying to compile all that into like one comment that you were just going back and editing. So, as said, at some point I'll be going through and adding all of that to my notes. All that information for, like I said, future story playthroughs. Time to go in Sakuko's house. He's just got this one little room with no doors. Just enough to give background for that cutscene. But there are books. Junior high school society. Junior high school commerce. So it's all like junior high textbooks. Middle school textbooks. List of Sakuko's house. Anything in the mailbox? You can actually get a key and open this. For this New Game Plus playthrough, we've already done this, so there's not going to be anything there. Curious to see if there was anything rendered inside. Got all these little narrow pathways and alleys that you can't even normally get to. Unique book assets, at least for now. We haven't seen those textbooks anywhere else in all the other books that we looked at. So that is cool. Wish I could see that book again. Which one, Misu? I don't mind looking at something again. The one that was here in the one about flowers. Here it is. Whoop, whoop. Try and get close of a view on this as I can. Thank you. Got it. No problem. Traffic safety. Traffic safety is the translation I get for this. Which is kind of like a main road. There's already a truck through here. Traffic safety notice. And these like narrow roads would make sense. Japanese seasonings. Oh, this is another one of the spoof brands. So the translation I'm getting is friend of taste. Ajinotomo. Okay. So Ajinomoto is the actual brand. Is it like seasoning? And then Ajinotomo. They change moto to tomo, like tomodachi, like friend. So again, stuff that is relevant to Hinako. Flavor friend. That's cool. But yeah, the idea that there is stuff that is relevant to Hinako's subconscious sort of being projected into the signs and environment. Very on brand for Silent Hill. Suzutani Mayumi. Last seen wearing white blouse, long navy skirt, beige neckerchief, black polka dots. Details of disappearance. Rest has been torn off.
炙られてる。
And then when you return to this billboard towards the end of the game, it's about Hinako being missing rather than Mayumi. Although we do find evidence of Mayumi in the Dark Shrine. Other messages that she wrote and left. Where it's is this supposed to be indicative of other girls, other women who have been whisked away by fox spirits? We've got Biru. The thin one in the middle is Biru. The rest of these are kind of too blurry for my machine translation. But they're not too bad. Somebody, yeah, Liv or Jaro Kingu might be able to translate that. Japanese spirits. Spirits as in alcohol, I assume. Or do you mean spirits souls? So yeah. Tobacco and Japanese alcohol. Oobiru. Something in katakana I can actually read, and it's in English at the top. These are the kind of actual signs that you'll see around Japan a lot. If you, even in today, if you were to go to Japan, this is how I was able to get around Japan. Just with kind of a basic understanding of hiragana and katakana, and then a lot of signs have English on them as well. Phoenix beer. Oh, ho'o. Phoenix. The only reason I know about that is because of Pokemon. That's where the Pokemon Ho-Oh gets its name from. Ho-Oh beer. Biru. Yeah, that's right. Because later on there's a poster for Ho-Oh beer. And it's an advertisement you can interact with. And it calls it Otori. I wonder why that is.
どこ行ったんだろう。
Otori supposed to be another spoof brand? Kikukeko, mosquito coil. I get it. It's a wordplay joke. Bottom one's mosquito coil. The Japanese word for mosquito is ka. So, kikukeko ka. The little wordplay thing. Mosquito coil there. Even got the little image of the coil and the mosquito. Well done, I didn't even consider that. Yes! I picked up on a Japanese thing that even Jaro Kingu overlooked. Makes me feel like my Japanese is not so bad. Even though it's pretty bad. Beauty soap. Yeah, beauty soap's the translation I got on that one. Just advertisements for different products being sold in the shops around. Yoseken. See, some of these more stylized banners. Fire Department. Kanagawa Fire Department. Be careful of fire. Ebisugaoka Fire Department Youth Group. The top one translates to careless enemy, but I don't think that's quite right. Is it warning like don't be careless with fire? Common slogan for fire safety. Got you. Do not let your guard down at the top. That's the proper translation. Okay, thank you. There's another Orobitan. Seal of approval? I mean, that's what I'm seeing. The translation is seal. Comprehensive gastrointestinal medicine is the translation for the text at the top that I got. And it's got a seal on it. Seal of approval. Look for the seal. If you want good gastrointestinal medicine. Honestly, I could use some of that. My stomach has been so messed up the last few days. That is some very blurry text. I would be surprised if anybody can manage a translation on any of that. Not sure what's the original for the seal one. I mean, some of them are definitely spoofs and like parodies of existing products. Some of them might just be sort of like wordplay jokes. More, be careful of fire, more fire warnings. Really blurry. A lot of those are going to be too blurry to probably translate. construction site. That's the kanji for ice. One of the few that I know. We'll make our way over there eventually. There is one thing, this game, so just like with the Silent Hill 2 remake one, I can teleport. So like if I want to move Hinako over here, I can do that. But I have found that like this game really does not like it when you sequence break. If you skip a cutscene trigger or if you skip a lot of things in this game, it just stops loading things around you correctly. So I really need to not skip around too much. Kind of need to play through somewhat normally. And then just cam hack to look at the environments as we go without skipping around too much. Because otherwise, yeah, the game gets very, very broken. And it does not reset when you like reload a save. That was some of the testing that I was doing. So if you break it and stuff doesn't load in correctly, you can't just like quit and reload. You have to start completely over. So I don't want to ruin the playthrough.
Shoe
Your shoe. Can let him animate. Little idle animation while he sits here and waits. And again, we can take a little closer look at the character models. Really see the detail on them. Look at that. Symbols on the buttons also signifying, you know, that he's a high schooler. Similar to kanji on the back of Hinako's uniform. Let's see what kind of watch you got. And what time it is. $2:15. Same as some of the other clocks that we've seen so far. Seeing a 2:15 on the clocks and watches as a recurring thing so far. Again, no idea if that's like actually significant or just like the default kind of placeholder time the devs wanted to use for timepieces. Also, did we just see this man's ankle? Brother is actually rendered in here under his clothes. Oh my god, he is. We are, for the sake of YouTube and Twitch, we will not be looking under the clothes of the characters too closely. Not intentionally, anyway. He has a strange belt under his clothing at the hip. Really? Really, Jado Kingu? Or are you just trying to get me to look at something I shouldn't? Where's your weird belt, Shu? Maybe we get an opportunity to see it better later. When you looked at the watch, saw it? I mean, I saw like the other part of the watch band. That's not what you were seeing, was it? Because the angle I was at, you might have just been seeing like the back part of the watch, the wristband. Yeah. Oh man, there's so much stuff in the shop. Chizuruya store. I know the kanji for store, and I just assume that says Chizuruya, because that's what the characters call it. Yeah. Chizuruya store. And then some smaller writing, a little bit more faded, and because of the extra like smudges and spots on it, a little bit harder to translate for my app. Cheap sweets and toys. Cheap snacks and toys. Kinyo Shimbun? Some of these I have no clue what the translation is that it's giving me. Kinyo Shimbun? Where my lack of vocabulary hurts. Kerosene. The blue one is ice. That's like the only one that I was able to read and recognize without an app. Millennium Manju. It's like 1,000-year buns. 1,000-year manju. Peanuts. Milk. Hayashi. Yashi candy. Divine manju. Is that divine? And then charcoal like briquettes. Just different signs for the different things they sell at Chizuruya. So from right to left, tobacco, so that's like cigarettes, briquettes, which would be like charcoal, Yashi candy, milk. What is that character before milk? Because it's like some kind of milk. Oh, ebisu. That makes sense. Okay. So it's ebisu milk. It's like local milk. Ebisugaoka. Ebisugaoka Farms. Peanuts is the like red sign. Divine Manju. Ice. And kerosene. Salt? Top character is Salt. Yeah, and then small gift shop is underneath. Ice cream. Aisukurimu. Senbei. Doropu. Drop. White sign is drops. So like candy drops. Those are like those little fruit flavored hard candies. Little fruit flavored hard candies. They usually come in like a little tin. I think that's what the drops are, right? Rice crackers in the white sign. Is that just rice crackers or is that specifically like senbei? It is senbei. Yeah. If you've ever seen Rave of the Fireflies. Fruit drops. Fruit drops and sadness. Don't need that reminder in my brain? Yeah, sorry. Soy sauce. Sign on the left there. Something soybeans and soy sauce. Daishu. Daishu soybeans and soy sauce. Another sign for charcoal. And ebisu milk. Some repeated signs there. Peanuts. Millennium Manju. Ebisugaoka Junior High School. Learning tools. Something on the left there, that sign on the left. So like school supplies. Stationery, pens, pencils. That kind of stuff. Stamps. Postal service. Paper. Stamps are very important. Very important in Japan. More than just like postage stamps. You also have to have your like your name stamp. I forget what the word for it is. But you need it for like official documents. If you were to try to live there and get a house or employment or anything like that, you have to have your stamps. Aisukurimu. ice cream and ice candy. Top part says ice, kanji for ice, and then candy. And then katakana. Going down here is aisukuruimu. It's a 60s kombini? Yeah, basically. Powdered soda? Powdered soda? Origashi ice cream? Frozen dessert ice cream. Ah, Usuda-san! Queen of the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom. Can we get a shout out for Hiro Usuda? Usuda-san. Welcome, welcome, welcome. For those who don't know, Hiro Usuda, former member of Team Silent, who did a lot of the environment artwork for Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4, as well as Metal Gear Solid 3, and many, many other things. Has done artwork for Magic the Gathering, and a lot of projects over the years. But I imagine most of our crowd here are Silent Hill fans who would most recognize Usuda-san's work from Silent Hill 3 and Silent Hill 4. Did a lot of the environments and background art. So, like, if you enjoyed Silent Hill 3, when you get to the cooked dog and you get the key out of the cooked dog, that was just, that room, that whole area was designed by Usuda-san. Hang on, let me do a shout out. There we go. Go follow Usuda-san. She's a wonderful artist, very entertaining streamer, and a former member of Team Silent. If you're a fan of mine, you're a fan of Team Silent, and you should follow Hiro Usuda. Thank you for being here, Usuda-san. This background art isn't created in Japan, is it? I heard it's produced by a Chinese-Taiwanese company. Yeah, this was Neobards. This was all designed by Neobards, who are based out of Taiwan. But the location, like the town, is called Ebisugaoka, which is based on Kanayama. It's based on a real Japanese town, Kanayama in Gifu. So a lot of the buildings and signs and things like that are taken from the real world location, where they did a lot of location scouting. They even recorded ambient sound, like when you're going through the game and through the regular gameplay, the sound of the wind and the trees and the plants, when you're near the waterways and you hear the water, all of the sound was recorded in Kanayama. So they were really, really dedicated to making Ebisugaoka feel as real as possible. Very, very close to Kanayama.
Yo, 相棒。
シュウ
あのさ、
うん。なんか言ってよ。
お前こそなんか言うことはないのかよ。
Oh, why did the subtitles
相棒
break?
にないんだったら私にだってない。
お前らしいや。
Apparently I broke the subtitles.
受け身な生き方なんてお前らしくないぜ。お前が自分で選んだ道なら俺はいつまでも応援するからな。
シュ
シュウくん、お待たせ。
Wrinkle.
ひなこもいたんだ。
There's a really good meme going around of Hinako's actress playing Silent Hill F.
いや、
And she like makes such a good face when Wrinkle is
誰かとお
introduced.
しゃべりしたい気持
And
ちだ
people
った
have
ん
been
だ
sharing
ね。
that screenshot around
気が紛れて。
of her face.
それは
Like,
よかった。
ugh, there's
お
Wrinkle.
役に立てて光栄の極み。
Warden of Horror, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you.
ああ、貸したままでいいよ。インコに貸した時点で戻ってくると思ってないし。
んだとこんちくしょう。笑いすぎだよ。サクコだってひなこから何か借りてるんじゃないの？私なんかあったかな？
Yeah, Sakuko, where's my 500 yen?
ねえひなこ。じゃあ私が借りてる500円も返さなくていいよね。サクコ利子つけて返したら言ってなかった？言ってないよ。
Give it back.
あんなら出してみろ。
Give it back to me.
これからはサクコに貸すとき消しゴムであっても証文書かせるから。そんな意地悪言わないでよ。ねえねえ、昨日のラジオ聞いた？聞いた。でも途中で寝ちゃった。ひなこ？
あ、ごめん。何？
裏切りも。
Toki wa tomare. We're gonna stop time and look around at the fog creature. I like how, oh, that's such a cool. That's such a cool effect. Depending on the angle that you look at it, like, changes how much of the silhouette you see. Ooh, trippy. And the Higambana. All the Higambana sprouting, following you along. Really cool effect. Looks like the Fox Bride boss, doesn't it? I mean, this is Bride Hinako. The fog creature is Shiromuku, the Bride Hinako. Run, Hinako. their bunny ears. Oh. This part is another part I was really waiting on the cam hack playthrough, because you have to rush through this so quickly. You don't get a chance to really like look at all these things as the like Higanbana starts sprouting in. All the vines and stuff start sprouting in. There's a lot of stuff I wanted to look at around this area without having to worry about surviving. I mean, I still have to worry about it a little bit, because it's a bit awkward switching from the free cam to in-game control. Ooh, another cool view where you can only see like certain parts of the silhouette with the fog sort of just like emerging from it. And it's just seeing it go all the way up to the top parts of the house. You really don't get to see the full effect when you're just kind of like running for your life with the normal camera. Even this little side pathway, they kind of try to trick you with these dead ends, make you go the wrong way. You can see the Higanbana even starts growing up in these little parts, even if you don't go down there. Boards that are stacked up here that just fall over. Oh man, I'm so worried about breaking the game by teleporting around, but there are so many things that I really want to test. Like, if I teleport Hinako to somewhere that the fog monster can't get her, what happens here? What happens here? And am I willing to I mean, we're still at the very beginning part of the game. If it breaks a save file, I could always like speedrun back here. Hey, Cat. Cat, thank you so much for the raid. I see we're exploring. We're exploring. So if any of you guys don't want Silent Hill F spoilers, this is definitely your warning. We're doing our cam hack playthrough. This is day 1 of what will probably be a like 20 to 30 part series. I mean, if you're watching Cat, you've probably already seen everything. But yeah, we're looking around with a cam hack, going through Silent Hill F. By the way, if you're new here, if you don't know me, I'm Nubzombie. I'm just a hyper-obsessive Silent Hill fan. And one of the things that I really have enjoyed doing with the series lately is taking a free cam mod into Silent Hill games and looking around at environments, character models, details, things that are out of bounds, getting some cool perspectives and camera views and things that we wouldn't normally get using the FreeCam mod. So finally doing our cam hacked playthrough of Silent Hill F. Find anything neat? Yeah, we did find a Robbie the Rabbit, like anime style Robbie the Rabbit on a pencil box. But we're still very early in the game. We're still very, very early in the game. Just taking our time, looking at everything. We're also doing our best to like translate a lot of the signs. There's some little Easter eggs in signs and books and things like that. It's all written in Japanese, so I know a little bit of Japanese, so I'm doing my best to translate. I'm also using Google Lens to just try to translate stuff. And then we have some much more fluent Japanese speakers in chat who've been helping with a lot of our translation stuff. So on top of looking at all the little details and things in the environment, we're also trying to translate a lot of the Japanese writing, because there are little references to Hinako and her schoolmates, her friends, parody versions, like spoof versions of real products and things that exist. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. Is that after it collapses? Is there even anything at the end of this alley? Nope. That just leads off to a dead end. Stuff's not even rendered. But I just kind of wanted to take a moment and look through this area, because when you're playing the game normally, you're just kind of forced to run through all of this really quickly. And you don't really get a chance to look at the details and stuff in the environment. So that's kind of the whole point of this playthrough. And look at all these things we normally can't see. All the red going up tree, all the buildings, all these tentacles. You can see the way they like all move towards Hinako. There's Bride Hinako. Bog monster Bride Hinako chasing us. The red speckled effect before it becomes a red spider lily reminds me of the terrifying red effect from Stephen King's Dreamcatcher. Only read the novel though. The novel is way better than the movie. Normally I like a lot of Stephen King movie adaptations. I did not like the movie adaptation for Dreamcatcher. I don't like what they do. They make some really drastic changes to like Duditz's character, and it's weird. It's very weird. Run. Ugh. Some good screenshot opportunities and stuff here. Good visuals. Just these vines, the Higambana like growing out into these tendrils trying to grab her. And all the actual Higambana here. Following the bride along. See, do we have nothing rendered here? Because unfortunately the cam hack doesn't really work during cutscenes. So we don't get to like look up during this scene to see if Junko is there. Also, I don't know why subtitles have broken. I love the music here. The like throat singing and wailing and warbling that comes along with a lot of the music. Now she's injured. But I want to take a little closer look at the character model because there are going to be changes as the game goes on to her character model. I think already you can see her legs look a little more scuffed up after that drop. When she falls down, she like lands on her knees pretty hard. And I know as the game goes on, we're going to see more like scrapes and bumps and dirt and rips in the clothing. Note from Shu. Here's pills. Take them if you want the bad ending. Oh. I don't actually know. Okay, there's that. How do I open up the actual... This is because of the mod. This is my first time playing on keyboard and mouse. And I don't know how to open the inventory. Journal is G. Equipment is B. That is weird. I really wish it said that. Pills, take these if you want the bad ending. It should just say that after you've already gotten the bad ending at least once. That would be funny. No, I don't want to take it. How do I dispose? Because it lets you throw them away. I just don't know how to do that on keyboard and mouse. Well, whatever. We just need to be very careful not to eat any. We'll be fine. Only snacks. Until I figure out how to throw them away anyway. Inari statues. You can see the headless one, similar to the previous little shrine. I recall if you go to equip them, you can remove them from the hotkey with square on controller. No clue about keyboard. Not even just removing it from the hotkey. There's a way to just dispose of items from your inventory. You can just throw stuff out. But yeah, I just don't know what the keyboard command for that is. Also, sound is broken. Apparently I broke the sound. Uh-oh. See, we're running into some problems with this mod. We've already broken subtitles. And now we've broken the sound. And I did some testing. That usually once something is broken, like reloading a save doesn't seem to fix it. Subtitles are working again. I just need to get to the first Hokora. I need to get there so that I can save and reload and see if that fixes the audio. Seems like there should be key or button indicators for the menu controls. Maybe. Possible that broke. Subtitles are working again. So let's see. Nope. See, it like highlights it. What do I press? Q and E switches between categories. Item shortcut is on mouse wheel. Special action with T. All equipment confirm. Cancel with C. Menu action 2 with V. Okay, V does that. You can look at it. T does not work. Oh. Wait, what? Hold on. I heard audio, but very faintly. And it's not picking up on OBS. So I think my audio device changed, even though it's not different here. Like I should still be on my main speaker. But it sounds like the audio is coming out of my secondary monitor or something. I don't know what I would have done to change that, though. That shouldn't have happened. Ooh. I know I'm gonna wind up taking pills accidentally if I don't throw them away, just because I don't know the controls well enough. And I don't know what's wrong with the audio. Usuda-san says, do you know the origin of Inari-sama? To put it simply, it comes from the worship of a human-eating Indian deity called Dakini that was introduced to Japan. Therefore, because Inari shrines have such a frightening origin, some people avoid visiting them. Ah. That's interesting. Thank you for that insight. I didn't realize people would avoid them in real life. I visited them in real life. See? Here's me. That's me in Kamakura. And here's an Inari shrine that I visited. Some real life. This is from way back. This was like 2007. 2007 or so when I was in Japan. Although, Usuda-san, I have one that you'll probably recognize. One of the places that I visited when I was in Japan. Here. This familiar at all? Anyone know what this place might be? Yeah, Nintendo HQ. Dakini was originally a goddess, and the jackal was the creature she commanded and rode. In Japan, it became a fox, so it was originally a jackal. And then the Japanese version of it changed it to a fox. And I guess just because of the association with like yokai, like kitsune, kind of made it undesirable, sort of creepy. Oh, she's still there. I still don't have audio. Just want to get to the shrine. I just need to get to the Hokora so I can save it. and hopefully figure out what's wrong with the audio. Oh, there's not. I thought it was here. It's so much further than what I remember. This might be a problem. I mean, like I said, we're thankfully not too far in, so that if I need to start over, it should be all right. But I'm just like trying to figure out what even happened with my audio, because it's not showing up on OBS, but I'm hearing it very, very faintly. From some other sound source. Okay, now you guys have audio. Now I can see the levels moving on OBS. What device is this? The headphones? I have like 3 pairs of headphones. And a mixer and a controller that it could potentially be putting my audio through. Okay. It's coming through my headphones. So let's just turn this up. All right. That should be fine. That should be fine, as long as you guys can hear. Usada-san, when you were a Konami employee, you were there until the Roppongi Hills office. Next to the Midtown photo. Moved to Ginza now, yeah. Ginza would have been the newer offices. Konami always moves to high value land? I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. They did the same thing with their US offices. Because the US offices used to be in, oh, where was it? Was it Redwood, California? Somewhere. Before eventually moving to San Francisco? Trying to remember. Sorry, I'm looking up. Yeah, they were in Redwood City originally. The US offices, anyway. Is the audio too quiet still, by the way? Try turning this up some more. That might be too loud. Can definitely hear it now. Yeah, there we go. You should be able to hear like some background ambient audio, and then Hinako swinging should not be loud enough to blow out your ears. Yeah, apparently my audio device, like my actual monitors, my speakers, just stopped working there. But the audio is working, switched over to my backup headphones, so we'll just move on. Since Ginza's an upscale district, heard that casual attire like that of game developers isn't favored, and they were advised to avoid walking down the main street. Sad. That is sad. Of course, while I was there, I'm just a tourist. I'm a gaijin. I went everywhere in shorts and sandals. I don't care what anybody said or did, how they looked at me. Didn't matter if I was in Roppongi or Ginza. Hey. That's another one that looks like like it might be a real photo. Some of these are definitely like renders, where they just like rendered a character and a background and applied like filters and stuff to it. But then some of these are they seem more like realistic. They seem more like actual vintage photos. I wonder if any of these are location photos from Kanayama as well. When they did their scouting, they may have gotten some like historical photos from the local like tourist offices and things. Some more books. History of disasters in Ebisugaoka. We saw these in some other locations. Same photos. The man with the shaky head blurred out. That's the one that looks like a render to me. The mother holding the baby. Oh. Yeah. That one, I think, might be a render. A calendar, another clock at 2:15. Same model of clock in the other house. Seeing some of those repeated assets. Oh, this is... We actually see this area in-game, but the bridge is broken. So cool just seeing the details. But at the same time, it's also still kind of laced with the overall themes of the game, the overarching themes. With like the women in society, being expected to like serve men, serve their husbands, cook. The expectation of society that Hinako doesn't want to abide by. She's trying to break free from that aspect of the culture. Biru. Was color photography already common by then? I mean, I would assume color photography would have started becoming more regular in the 60s going into the 70s. But because we're seeing the town through Hinako's younger self, we're not seeing it in the 1960s. We're seeing it in the years that she would have been in middle school, which would have been the mid 1950s. So I think black and white would have still been more common. Color photography would have been around, but definitely not as common. Color photography was more normal in the 1970s. Yeah, so I think black and white photography makes more sense for 1950s, early 1960s. Oh? There's two variations of the mask. That's cool. So you've got this asset with the key still in it. And then when you remove the key, you have a separate asset that replaces it without the key that's just hidden right here underneath the floor. Even just things like this, seeing the way that the game is sort of put together, how they achieve certain effects, is always really interesting to me. But yeah, this way we can interact with this. Can I cam hack while I'm doing that? No, I can't. Oh, I just realized. That might be what I need to press to do this. Nope, that just closes the menu. Never mind. Oh, how do I zoom? I have to zoom. Plus and minus? What are these keybinds? That's map zoom. T for special action. See, focus. That's not like focus on the thing. That's like the focus ability. It's not T. It's not plus. It's not mouse wheel. Yeah, this is my first time playing with keyboard and mouse, just because of the cam hack mod. I've only played this game on controller so far, so I don't know what buttons I need to do things. R and V. Not R, it's not V. Arrow keys. Arrow keys work to look around? What? Do the trick of pressing every button. That's what I'm doing now. Oh, there it is. It's Q. These are some weird default keybinds for keyboard and mouse. It's gotta say. Isn't there a UI element that shows what to press? There should be, but I think it's broken. Yeah, I think it bugged out with the mod, because we also had our subtitles bug out. But there we go. Now the mask that was under the floor has moved up here. And the mask that has the key in it has moved somewhere else. Probably out of bounds somewhere. It's possible they just remove it, but most of the time they just swap it and put it somewhere. The same way this one was kind of like just hiding in the floor. Since I assume you've had plenty of time with the game, what would you give it? Like in a numerical rating? Backdoor key. Oh, now that we've got a chance. Of course, I've already killed her. Like, we haven't really cam hacked to look at the Kashimashi yet. Or overall compared to the other games. I mean, as far as like a 0 through 10 like kind of rating, this is like a 7.5. It's like a 7.5 out of 10 or so for me, which is still very good. I think a lot of people misunderstand, like, if you give anything less than a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, it means it's a bad game. Not at all. Like, for me, 5 out of 10 would be average. A game that is just okay. Anything below that would start being a bad game. Anything better than that is better than average. I would say this is like a 7.5 out of 10 game for me. It's very good. It's very enjoyable. There's a lot of good stuff in this game. There's a lot of interesting visuals. I love the environments and the enemy designs. Everything on the artistic side of Silent Hill F, I'm a big fan of. I'm not a big fan of the combat. A lot of the combat and gameplay mechanics are pretty rough, and the game's a little too action heavy for my taste. And in terms of like fitting into the Silent Hill franchise, it's got very loose connections to the rest of the series. I would have hoped for some stronger connection to some other elements of the series. We get like White Claudia and Aglophilus and a lot of parallels with spiritual powers and ancient gods and girls splitting their souls into two, essentially. There's a lot of the vibes of Silent Hill are there. But in terms of like hard story connections, there's not much. So I kind of wish there were some stronger story connections. I kind of wish there were some better combat mechanics, especially in the very last like 30% of the game or so. Yeah, the legs are very Fox-like. One of those things that we had noticed even without the cam hack. Although, if you look at them, looking at them here with the cam hack, it's not like they're just straight up fox legs. They're human feet. It almost looks like when women would do foot binding, where the toes are like folded under. To try to make them smaller, but bound in such a way that they resemble fox feet. Obviously, there's like straight up fox legs, like with the knee and ankle joints. So it's more than just that, but the way the foot is designed, yeah, it looks more like a foot binding type of situation than just normal fox feet. Yeah, that definitely fits thematically from a design standpoint. Cam hack can get a look at some of these animations from a different perspective. Ugh, the knife going into her wrist. This is one of those things that even from the like pre-release footage, we saw this animation and I was like, damn, that looks so brutal. Then pushing past the wrist and actually stabbing her in the chest. Oh, and you can see... You can see under the mask, because when you fight them, their faces can fall off. That texture... The faceless texture is already there underneath, like behind the face. So creepy. Hey! Pushed her off. Tumbling backwards. As much as it'd be kind of horrific to see battle scars on Hinako, it admittedly takes me out of things a bit to see Hinako get stabbed repeatedly and only ever show damage when she gets harmed in cutscenes and such. Yeah, I mean, I understand why something like that wouldn't necessarily be implemented, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work from a development standpoint to have all those different variations on a character model. Plus, you have to make that work with each of her costumes. Granted, there's not a ton. There's only 3, but still. That adds a lot. That adds a lot of work to the project. So I can understand why, but I always do appreciate when games have that kind of detail, where if she gets attacked, you know, have something more visible on the character showing the injury until it gets healed. I think the Arkham games did something like that. They did something similar, where Batman's armor and everything gets more scuffed and scraped and beat up as you go along. Although I don't remember if that works based on the actual damage you take, or if that is based on progression the way it is in this game. Because Hinako does eventually show damage, just only through those cutscene, like, story progression things. It's progression based there too? Okay. That's what I thought, but I haven't played the Arkham games in such a long time. Hey, another little Inari shrine. Usuda-san says, my mother was born in Tokyo but married into the countryside. This was even before Hinako's time. After hearing my mother's stories and experiencing things myself, come to the conclusion that the city is definitely better. I love Tokyo. I love Tokyo too. The countryside is very scary to me. See, from an outsider's perspective, I just love Japan. Like, the countryside is very beautiful and very natural, and the city is very beautiful but very busy. There's so much when you're in Tokyo. It can be overwhelming, or any major city. So, like, being in Tokyo or being in Osaka, like, those, it's a different kind of beauty with all of the buildings and all of the people and how busy, how many lights there are. Everything is very colorful. And then going out into the countryside and some of the more rural parts of Japan, you get the more natural beauty side of things. But that's all from an outside, from a tourist standpoint, for somebody who's just experiencing it like me, who doesn't have to live there, who doesn't have to live through it. I'm sure living there and experiencing it gives you a completely different feeling for being in the city or being in the countryside. It's always a very different experience living somewhere versus just visiting. The countryside scenery is truly beautiful, but the hearts of country folk aren't necessarily as beautiful as the scenery. Good point. Good point. The people are definitely somewhat less accepting of gaijin like me when you get further out from the cities. Nix Sakura Rage, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. The death number. Anyway, get my support. Hey, death number or not, I'll take it. Just like the town my father grew up in, beautiful place, some really horrible people. Hey, I could say the same about where I live. I was born and grew up in Texas, and I live in Georgia now. And there's a lot of beauty in these places. But there's also some not great people. Some very uncivilized mindsets among a lot of the people.
Rinko.
There's a lot of good people too, but yeah, I definitely understand. It's kind of like that everywhere. But I try to focus on the good, the people who are good and kind, and focus on the natural beauty of places rather than worry too much about the negative. This camera has amazing range. If you mean like the cam hack itself, oh yeah. You want to talk about some amazing range? Here's Ebisugaoka. Here it is. Like we can zoom around quite a bit. The only problem is the game only loads in so much based on player position. So we have to like progress by a little bit, and then we can look around, and then progress a little more, and then look around more. And of course, you know how with Silent Hill 2 Remake, when I did the cam hack playthrough, we did an ambient, like, Brookhaven rain for 12 hours video. Brookhaven rooftops raining, and made a nice, like, help you sleep, help you study type of ASMR kind of video. We could definitely do something similar with some of the locations like this. Because again, the water that you're hearing right now, that sound effect is from the actual waterways in Kanayama. Like, everything around Ebisugaoka is very, very closely based on Kanayama. Right down to the sounds. So those are like real world natural sounds of water. It's not just like a stock sound that they threw in there or anything. And it is very relaxing. Hair was naturally brown and naturally curly, so starting in first grade was bullied with chants of gaijin. Bullying gradually escalated, especially in the countryside. Anything that looks different gets excluded just for its appearance. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same in a lot of places. I think it's the same everywhere. I mean, some places are more harsh. The culture around it is a lot more harsh and critical of what people look like and how much you fit in. But yeah, I definitely get that. I definitely understand that. For me, I got a lot of bullying growing up because my father was Mexican American, but he unfortunately was killed when I was still relatively young. And it was a side of the culture like that I never got to. He wasn't around a whole lot when I was younger. And then, like I said, he was killed when I was still very young. So I never got to really experience that side of the culture. Like, I grew up not learning Spanish. And I looked very Mexican. We'll just say it that way. So growing up in Texas, there's a lot, of Hispanic Mexican community. So there was a lot of people who would see me and assume that I was Mexican or that I spoke Spanish, and I didn't. So I got bullied a lot for that. And then because I looked Mexican, I wasn't really accepted in a lot of other predominantly like white, social circles and things like that. So I was kind of outcast on both sides. I didn't look white enough to hang out with the white friends, and I wasn't Mexican enough to hang out with the Hispanic friends. So I was very much a loner growing up. I had some friends. I had a few good friends. And I think, that's always important. To even have just 2 or 3 good people in your life who don't care about any of that. But it was pretty difficult. Pretty difficult growing up. I'm sorry, Nabe. I appreciate it. Just appreciate your sympathies and your understanding. But I've talked about this in streams in the past. It's why Silent Hill 3 is such an important game to me. Because that game came out like around the same time that my father was killed. So I was a teenager. I was going through a lot of really confusing emotional stuff at that time over the loss of my dad. and I didn't really know how to react to it. And playing Silent Hill 3, seeing Heather go through something similar and being a similar age, I was able to relate really, really heavily to the themes and to the character for Silent Hill 3. Ebisugaoka, parent and teacher. Ebisugaoka, parents and teachers. A healthy family with a strict father and a loving mother. Oh, interesting banner. So again, going to Hinako's, like, keeping in mind that everything that we're seeing is essentially being projected from Hinako's mind. Seeing a banner that is also, like, spelling that out. That a family with a strict father and a loving mother is seen as, like, healthy, good. Your father should be strict, your mother should be loving. Because that kind of plays into some of the dialogue we get with Hinako's father, where when he's trying to apologize in one of the New Game Plus rounds of dialogue, we get a flashback scene where Kanta was trying to apologize to Hinako and says that, like, he felt like he had to be strict because that's what's expected of men, that's what's expected of fathers. Like, he's a victim of society's expectations just as much as Hinako is. It's not an excuse for the things that he's done. And the way that he treats his family, but it at least gives the context. It at least gives the context for, like, why he's like that. And it's interesting seeing these banners kind of spelling that idea out as well. Enforcing that is what society sort of expects. Ramune. To some extent, everyone's a victim of society? Absolutely. It's interesting to me because there's so many, like... There's, like, a warning when you very first start up Silent Hill F that's like, these are the social views of 1960s Japan and should not be associated with, like, the viewpoints of our developers today. But everything that is in this game is still a part of society and still a part of culture. You know, depending on your culture, depending on where you are in the world, will kind of change how severe that aspect of the culture is. But yeah, it's still very much a thing. Like, it's difficult. How many of you or any of us could actually say that when we're out in public or at our jobs or in our social gatherings, how many of us can say that we really act like ourselves? Because most of the time you don't. When you're around certain people, you're trying to be more respectful of them, and that'll affect, like, how you talk and how you act. Just because there are different social things that might apply. If you're hanging out with people who are wealthier and more well-off than you, you tend to act differently than when you're around different social classes, when you're around different groups. Like, it's very rare in society back then or modern to really feel like you can live the way you want to live without anybody bothering you, you know, or expecting something of you. This one says, good drink. Thank you, Jaro Kingu. Welcome for this translation. The good drink. And they've got black tea and black coffee. Can I get some coffee, boss? Get some coffee, boss? Get some Pocari Sweat? Really love coffee in Asia? You know, it's such an interesting thing talking about coffee in Asia, specifically like coffee in Japan, because it's something that was like specifically engineered into the culture. Because coffee was like not really a thing in Japan for a long time. Like tea is the historical drink of choice throughout most of the culture's history. And when it came to coffee, that was like an American trade idea where people, American companies and foreign companies who wanted to sell coffee in Japan originally tried doing it like back during the war times in like the 40s, and they were trying to sell coffee, and the businesses and industry at the time basically was saying you'll have to wait at least 2 generations of people before you can make coffee a thing where people would prefer it over tea. And that's exactly what they did. They started implementing it as candy, coffee flavored candy first, to try to get younger generations used to the flavor of coffee so that the following generations would be more likely to enjoy coffee as a beverage enough to where it would like have a market in that region. It's crazy when you think about how like engineered and designed so much of what we're used to in our culture and in different regions of the world. Like, if it wasn't for people deciding and going out of their way to like make it become a thing and market it, it naturally wouldn't have like caught on. As someone unfamiliar with the drink, why is sweat in the name? Because Pocari Sweat is like Gatorade. It's got electrolytes. It's something that you drink after sweating or working out, you know, that kind of thing, traditionally. It's what plants crave.
堅苦しい神社じゃなくて駄菓子屋の娘に生まれたかったって 子ならいつでも好きなだけ
I must have missed it. Do we know what happened to Sakuko
私が
here?
食べられるよ
So, the delusion of what we see,
おやすみ
which is not reality, is Sakuko just suddenly starts having higambana, the red flowers, the little spores, the holes open up all over her body where the flowers start to grow out and kills her. But in reality, like, none of these characters are actually dying. This is Hinako's way of mentally dealing with them being cut off from her life. She's cutting out her childhood friends because she's an adult who's about to be married into a wealthy family. She's not going to be able to maintain those friendships.
守りたいよ
So she has to cut them off. She has to cut them out of her life. And we see that represented through the characters' deaths. Found it really weird that they die twice, Fog World and then again in Dark World. Yeah, I feel like that is also to kind of help emphasize that even the Fog World we see is not reality. A child of a rural shrine. Just imagining it feels overly conservative, and it's practically decided that their future path is to inherit the shrine. Yeah, that's how they describe Sakuko as well. That she's... because Sakuko is a shrine maiden. She's a Miko. And she's supposed to take up the shrine the same way that her parents and, you know, family line has. But you find diaries and notes where Sakuko says that she would have rather run Chizuruya. She would have rather run like a candy store rather than be part of the shrine. But she's, again, the idea of like social and parental expectations dictating who you are and what you do. So it's the idea that Sakuko, just like Hinako, just like everybody, has aspirations of things that she wanted to do, but wouldn't necessarily go through with because of the expectations put on her by her parents, by her family, by society.
これは
Like, Hinako's not the only one. If you go by the diary, she's also a medium. Yeah. And there's multiple... This game gives multiple perspectives for, like, everything. So even when it comes to Sakuko, you could view it that her family lineage, because they all have been involved with the local shrine, they have some sort of divinity to them, that they're able to tap into the voices of the gods, or, you know, have visions, things like that, the way that Sakuko describes it. Then you also have the note that you find in Sakuko's mailbox where she's diagnosed with autism, and they try to, like, kind of hand wave some of it as like, well, maybe she's hearing things and seeing things just because she's autistic. then there's like, and it literally says like autism. That's not me making something up. That is literally what's in the note. So there's like multiple reasons for almost everything in this game where you have a somewhat like real world reason for things to be happening versus a more supernatural and spiritual reason for things to be happening. And it never really tells you what's real. It never really tells you, like, is it the more grounded, realistic explanation, or is there actually some sort of supernatural thing going on? They blur that line. Yeah, there's also notes about Sakuko wanting to revive the shrine. So there is a lot of conflicting information. Excuse me. Whoops. The game presents so many possibilities, it frankly feels like leaving things up to player interpretation is less in a classy way and more in kind of a lazy manner. I wouldn't necessarily say it's lazy, but I agree. I don't like the way it's presented. I would say that, like, it's just not, like, presented, fleshed out in the best way. I feel like the game really needed just a moment or two of reality. It would have benefited so much to have just like a couple little glimpses of something that we can say for sure is like the story's present day with adult Hinako, like seeing her as someone in her 20s, seeing the wedding ceremony, seeing the adult versions of these characters. It would have been nice to have a little bit more of the reality side of things, just little glimpses of it, so that you can sort of discuss things around those established points. Because the way the story is presented as it is, absolutely everything in the game could just be like, maybe it's delusion. Maybe it's not real. Maybe it's metaphorical. There's very little reality to grasp on, to like form a discussion around. Like, it definitely leads to some interesting conversations as far as like how to interpret things, but it's very unsatisfying when trying to think of the story in a like what really happened sort of context. Yes, somebody mentioned it in chat earlier and I forgot to comment on it, but I've seen the clip of Smiling Friends. I've only seen a few episodes of Smiling Friends. It's not a show that I like keep up with or anything. But I did see the clips of the Halloween special with Pyramid Head. Usuda-san says, when horror works are given clear answers about meaning or cause and effect, they sometimes lose their scariness. Oh, I definitely agree. And I feel like with Silent Hill especially, there should always be more questions than answers. Like, there should always be more left up to your interpretation than actual established meaning. But there should still be some aspects that are explained so that you have more to sort of think about in context. Like with Silent Hill 3, you know, Heather actually lives in her apartment with Harry Mason. There's nothing metaphorical about Harry Mason dying. It is something that legitimately happens in reality. It is a question that is given a direct answer. And it's because of that that you can discuss and interpret how Heather reacts to it and how the loss of her father affects the way that she feels, which then in turn affects the way that she perceives things. It affects the way that things present themselves in the other world. So having one little piece of reality, something that we know for sure happens in the story, lets us branch off and interpret so many other things that are left up to interpretation, that are not answered. This game, for example, it's implied through the new game ending that Hinako just took drugs and killed all of her friends at their wedding, at her and Kotoyuki's wedding. But we don't know if that really happened or not. We don't know if these characters actually died or not, if it was meant to be metaphorical or real. So it's so difficult to form a more direct conversation around the way things are, the way things are presented. This is what, like, this game definitely needed, is just a few little moments. And I don't even want much. I don't want things to be completely spelled out. I don't want the story to be completely, obvious or blatant. I definitely want most of it to still be the way it is, left up to interpretation. Figuring out what these things are, what they mean, why they present themselves the way they do, and why Hinako perceives reality this way. Why she's stuck viewing herself as a middle school student, even when she's 20-something. Why she's stuck viewing her friends from that time period. I love that aspect of the story, but not having a definitive moment where we see, like, Hinako as an adult. Like, we never see her throughout the entire game as an adult, even though it's very heavily implied that she is. Stuff like that, I feel, was a little bit of a misstep. And it really would have just been like a 2-second clip. If the ending where she runs off with Shu and they're talking about how weird each other looks, like Shu is commenting about how strange Hinako looks in a dress, and Hinako's commenting about Shu looking strange in what he's wearing. If we would have gotten just a little glimpse in that cutscene of Shu and Hinako walking down the streets and saw them in their wedding clothes, in the clothes that they were wearing as a wedding, and saw them as adults, just for some sake of comparison, just to establish that point of here is who they truly are. 2 seconds. 2 seconds of that would have been perfect. Just to give some more things to discuss around. Some more direction for the discussion around interpretations. Because when everything is left up to interpretation, when everything can be called into question, it makes the conversations and the discussion get argumentative. Especially in the Silent Hill fanbase, because nothing is for sure. So it's going to be very rare that your interpretation aligns with somebody else's, and there's no way to like make a point of anything. Like Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2, for example. A lot of people interpret that everything that James is seeing is entirely from his mind. There's a lot of fans out there who interpret that all the other characters, like Eddie and Angela, those are just aspects of James. It's part of his subconscious. Eddie is James's anger, and Angela is, you know, this sense of abuse, and Laura is supposed to be this aspect of his innocence. Well, Masahiro Ito-san said that those characters are meant to be real. That Eddie is real, that Angela is real, that Laura is real. So that gives you a definitive point of reality in the story, the way it's presented, to then discuss around. Well, if those characters are real, what brought them together? What are their common attributes? Who they are as people suddenly matters a lot more in the discussion, rather than having people just interpret them as figments of James's imagination or aspects of James's personality. They are real people with their own motivation and their own goals, and it changes the conversation that you have around how you interpret Silent Hill 2. Like, having those little elements of reality, I think, is very important. Even in something like Silent Hill, where you want a lot of it to be mysterious. You want a lot of it to be unknown and scary. And left up to just the player's imagination. But I think it's most effective to have little tiny bits of established reality so that you can let your imagination kind of go crazy on how it relates to everything that is not reality. Like I said, it just gives you some direction. It gives you some direction to think about things and not just sort of interpret things wildly. Want to catch up to Fox Mask and then zoom the camera over to him. Look at this blue light following us behind. Just the way the lantern and the fog effect works. There he goes. I was waiting for him to appear. Get a closer look at Kotoyuki. We can go inside of his face. And if you look at that, his face is rendered under the mask. They even painted, he's got the makeup on. It's like Batman. Gotta have the blacked out skin underneath the mask where the eyes are. There's his eyeballs. Closer look at his earring. All the robes. Oh, it sort of makes like a tail. It's like it is a flower. But the pattern of it going down the back sort of makes like a tail-like appearance. Of course, he's got the Inari symbol. The kudzu leaf. Got them nails, though. The black nails. Oh, we can see his bare ankles. He doesn't have legs above the shin. I want to see him turn into Foxfire. Oh, look at the effect on his lamp, too. I'm like trying to figure out how close. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. I wanted to see that effect up close because I always like the way that it looked from a distance when he turns and walks away and just sort of fades into that floating blue flame. The Foxfire. Yeah, she won't go off and explore until we get over to the shrine entrance. All of the Emma. I love the artwork on these Emma so much. This is probably one of my favorites. The Chonky Cat. The Chonky Cat Emma. I gotta say, if Konami made merch of all of the like Omamoris, the Omamori designs and the Emma designs and like the journal with the artwork and stuff in it, my wallet would be in trouble. Because I love this artwork in this game. Yeah, there's some really cool artwork in the Dark Shrine. Like I said, artistically, this is such a cool game. Have you ever written a wish on an Emma? I have. Hold on, I have a picture. I showed it earlier. Yeah, this was at the Daibutsu. This was at the Daibutsu in Kamakura. Yeah. Here. More pictures from one of my visits to Japan in the past. Konami was giving away Omamori, Roguchikuyo Origami, pin badges on TGS. If you had proof of purchase of the game. Oh, I didn't know. I missed out on a giveaway. I didn't know. But that means that there will be some out there. So I'm sure I'll be able to buy one at an inflated price on eBay. You went to TGS? Oh, was it only for people at Tokyo Game Show? No, I didn't. I wasn't there.
こっちだ
I wish I could have gone. Kaiken? I've got my Tanto. I like how we've got essentially a bigger version of our shrine here. Our little save points. When did I go to Japan? 2007. 2007 and 2010. So, 18 years ago? And 15 years ago? 10, 20 years? No. It's been a long time. Yeah, 15 years ago. But I loved it in Japan. I was staying with a friend who was enlisted in the Navy. So I was staying in Yokosuka, where the naval base is. So in Yokosuka, I was staying in Hotel Yokosuka near the naval base. And then my friend was staying on base, so whenever he would get off base, we would go out and explore. Before we met. Yeah, this was way before we met. Please let me know next time you come by. I will. I will. I would love to make another trip to Japan with my wife. Because Rachel's never been. And I miss it. I miss Japan a lot. And I have even more friends staying there now than I did back then. Back then, my friend who was in the Navy was the only person I knew who was there. And that was what motivated me to go, because I was honestly scared. Like, I wanted to go, but I was too scared to go by myself. And then my friend wound up being stationed there in Yokosuka. And I was like, this is the opportunity. I can go to Japan. I can have somebody there that I know so that I'm not just like alone. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Kochida. Oh. Like how the stuff inside isn't rendered yet since the door closes when you start getting close. If you ever come to Japan, try to arrange for you to speak with Mr. Ito, but haven't seen Mr. Ito much lately. I mean, I imagine Ito-san's been really, really busy. He's been working on a lot lately. Because I know he was consulting with Bloober on Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I imagine he's probably going to work with them again for Silent Hill 1 Remake. He's been working on his comic. He's been doing his main comic that he's been doing for a long, long time. He's been doing artwork for. God, why is my mind blanking on the name of it? It's like Russian-inspired. Acid Buffer Zone. Acid Buffer Zone. That's it. But if I get to come to Japan again, I would love to meet you, Hiroko Usuda. I would love to meet Masahiro Ito. Anybody from Team Silent. It would be a huge, huge pleasure and a huge honor to be able to meet and talk and interview. Because trust me, I can talk for hours and hours and hours about these games and about your art. I mean, I've already been discussing them and learning as much about them and playing these games for the better part of 26 years now. 26 years of Silent Hill and counting. But that would be a dream come true. Have I played Slitterhead, Keiichiro Toyama's game? The Keiichiro Toyama and Bokeh Studios. I've played a little bit of it. I still need to do a full playthrough of it. I might actually get around to that when we finish the Cam Hack playthrough, because that's another one that I've been meaning to go through and stream. Very different kind of game compared to Silent Hill.
これに似た絵を見かけたような。
But the little bit that I played, it was a lot of fun. It reminds me a lot of Siren. Keiichiro Toyama's other series, Siren. I feel like the sight jack mechanic is very, very similar, where you're going into other people's bodies, except it's more of a full-on possession. A lot more action-y type of combat. Hang on. I want to zoom out. God, I love this skybox. Is there things flying? Oh, it's like a particle effect. Okay. At first I thought there were like birds. It's kudzu leaves. There's kudzu leaves blowing around. Love that swirling skybox visual. And the doll, yeah, the doll should be here now too. Take some screenshots.
Eh? なんでここに? As much as I don't like fighting these guys, I love the design. They are so gross. When it shows like the little bugs wriggling around inside of them. You can see the teeth all like mangled up into the face. The spine protruding in the back. The like bandages, cloth wrapped around him. His fundoshi's fallen off. The fact that they're like shackled in at the ankle. Same deal with the lock around their neck. Shackles around the wrists. And it's like metal? Little twisted spikes of metal wrapped around it as well. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? Ugh. The little, like, drippy bits. The drippy bits inside. Hinako, I'm sorry. Getting stun locked. Just want to see a little closer look at this effect when you kill them and they don't just immediately disappear. They're still like twitchy and sparkly until they get back up. Okay, we need serpent.
多分これだ。他の絵も探さないと。
I want to go look at that middle section with the tree. That's one of the coolest looking parts of this section of the Dark Shrine. Which you only get access to on New Game Plus. This little area is not open on a first playthrough. I'm just gonna teleport. Teleport. But yeah, there's like all these eyes. All these eyeballs in the tree that are moving. Any connection to the eyeballs at the doctor's house? Possibly. Considering you find a bunch of them in that little wooden box. And again, I feel like everything kind of has multiple interpretations the way it's presented in this game. The idea of like constantly being watched by the people around you, people expecting you to act a certain way, be a certain way. Wanting to remove the eyes from those who are judging you. But I just love this little area. We get a Higashi from the Fox box. The first time you visit this, you get an Emma. And then it spawns enemies. But that also gives us a chance to look at the Oiomoi. The Oiomoi. That doll's just creepy. They did such an excellent job with the enemy designs. Even if these things are annoying as hell to fight, there's a lot of things in this game that are like really cool design, but kind of annoying to actually deal with. But I love the design. Especially these parts of it where there's like all these little sections with the arms, the little tiny arms. Very like centipede-esque. Something very insect-like. Cute daisy pattern dress. I mean, hey. Keeps in line with our flower and floral theme throughout the game. Ouch. Playing hopscotch when they move. Oh, look at the, like... Is it like hair? The little, like, streak effect when they swing, when they move. It looks like hair. That effect usually goes by, like, too fast to really kind of take note of that. The puking guy is your least favorite to fight? Yeah, Dim. The puking guys. The pregnant ladies. Those are probably the ones that frustrate me more than anything. Is there an official art book for Silent Hill F? Well, there's the cosplay guide. Konami did the cosplay guide. But there is the art book that came with the deluxe edition. There is, like, all of that. Which I can actually show you really quickly, because we're coming down to the end of the stream right now. So let's make a save so that we can pick this up tomorrow. And, yeah, it's a digital art book. I can, like I said, I'll pull it up right now. I'll pull it up right now. I also prefer physical art books whenever you can get them. But, let's be honest, games a lot of times don't put the money into producing, like, physical art books and stuff anymore. Not as much as they used to. Just, it's very expensive to print a lot of books. But, bonus content. So whenever you launch Silent Hill F, if you have the deluxe edition on Steam, it gives you the option of launching the game or launching the bonus content. So this is the bonus content. Oh, I actually have to make a new capture. One second. Didn't mean to interrupt gameplay. No. Like I said, this is the end of the stream right now. I've got to call it here. So we can take a moment to finish out the stream, taking a look at the bonus content. So this is the bonus content for Silent Hill F. This is what you get for the deluxe edition. So, like, here's the art book. Characters, monsters, environments. There's our Hinako costumes. We didn't get the gym outfit. We didn't get the PE outfit. Although I think people have already modded it in. But yeah, here's our deluxe edition artwork, art book. Kotoyuki. Get a good look at all of the details on the costume. Sakuko, Shu, and Rinko. Sakuko looks so cute here. I love these designs in the art book. Wolf Hinako, Fox Hinako. With the arm, the brand in her back. The details on the mask with the little emblem and everything. Gotta go? That's alright. Thank you so much, Jado Kingu. I appreciate your input, helping out with the Japanese translations, the context on all of that. That's a major, major help. I look forward to seeing more YouTube comments as the series goes on, and more comments from you in chat as well. Thank you. Have a great night. Usudo-san says, this is totally off topic, but while cleaning my room recently, found the draft proposal and proposal for Silent Hill 3. That is amazing. Strictly confidential. I understand it's confidential. You could show me, and I can promise not to show anyone else. Is that? Well, I guess you can't really answer. But I wonder if that is for Silent Hill 3 that wound up being made, or if that was the original proposal for the Silent Hill 3 that Ito described on Twitter. Because Ito has talked about the first pitch for Silent Hill 3, the rail shooter. The rail shooter idea that never came to be. I mean, there was the Silent Hill arcade game, but that was a completely different project. But the original Silent Hill 3 was going to be a rail shooter. And we don't have very much information. I wonder if is it that draft proposal? Or if it's the one for Silent Hill 3 as we know it, with Heather and the continuation of Silent Hill 1. Nice. And I love that we get the songs, the playlist here. Akira Yamaoka's music. All these different variations of Hinako. The bride Hinako with her actual face there. Junko. Yeah, wedding Hinako with her face. That's very jarring to see. This is what I wanted to see, though. This is what I was hoping we would get a scene or something where we see Hinako as the way she was dressed for the wedding. That little glimpse of reality, you know? Junko. The young versions of Hinako and Kotoyuki. The fox. The fox that bit Kotoyuki. It's so cute. Kotoyuki without the mask. Again, I really wish we would have seen a little bit more of this. See the characters, like, in reality at the wedding. Faceless people. Is this Hinako's parents? It sort of resembles Kanta. And Kanae? Was that Hinako's mother's name? Kimie? Kimie. Different hairstyles. Shoot. Faceless variation of it's like a male version of a Kashimashi. That's not something we ever get in game. Nub, does it mention who the image artist is for this book? Yes, it does. Right here, it is Kera. Kera. Japanese artist Kera. Kera. She did pretty much all of the artwork for Silent Hill F. Character designs, creature designs. So this is just kind of like a big compilation of Kera's artwork. Faceless Hinako. That proposal also included early storyboards for Silent Hill 3 with a realistic style. But did you know the storyboards that were actually used were drawn in a very comical style? Really? The storyboards were drawn in like a... Was it like the UFO ending? Was it the UFO ending art style? Let me see. Because I have some of that Silent Hill 3 artwork. Like this. I know we've got some of the concept art for Heather from Silent Hill 3 here. But then we also have this style. I can only imagine the storyboard drawn out with this art style. I would love to see that. I know you're not allowed to show me, but I would love to see it. It was in that style, the UFO style. Oh, that's awesome. Imagine the whole game storyboard drawn out that way. That would be amazing to see. All the other Fox brides. Or the shrine maidens that assist with Hinako's rituals. Concept for the Kashimashi. With the fox feet. These things. The Pukies. I forget what they're actually called. The vomiting enemies. And they're different variations. There are like male and female versions of them. Some that are wearing pants, some that are wearing skirts. They have these eyes like growing out of them. These we don't have. These are not in the game. So there's also some things in this art book that are unused ideas. Unused concept art. These creatures, the lickers. And they light up. Yeah, there it is with the tongue. Oh, and you can see all the like the little things. They're just as gross in game too. They did such a good job with this creature design and then transferring that design into like the 3D model. And he's got Vampire Hunter D hands in the concept art. Is that in the in-game model? I guess we'll look at that with the cam hack once we get to these creatures. If they have the Vampire Hunter D hands. Here's the creature we just fought in the Dark Shrine a moment ago. Really cool. All the little details on all the creature designs. The Oyomoi. Have you heard of Tomohisa Koike? Silent Hill staff member, yes. Incredibly skilled at drawing realistic art and also created backgrounds. But for Silent Hill 3, he handled the demo storyboards and wrote some very comical storyboards. Oh, that's awesome. But yes, Tomohisa Koike did some of the backgrounds and environments for Silent Hill 1. Some of the room designs in Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 3, I think in the credits, he was... they credit him for dorama camera. I think. But Tomohisa Koike also did this is the UFO ending. Like this artwork. These scenes were all drawn by Tomohisa Koike, if I remember correctly. This is his artwork. I would love to see those storyboards. I would love to see those. Some more scrapped ideas. Color tests. Looks like color palette tests. Look at this one. Just like a blob with all the limbs coming off of it. Hey! This was such a cool boss fight. I loved fighting the Fox Gods in Ending 3 and Ending 4. Oh, and the version with like the bloody taint on it. Oh, and the full grotesque version. And then that's the like black dark version from Ending 4. Look at the face. This is such a good, creepy design, but I hate fighting this enemy so much. It's a great design. I love this enemy design. But I hate fighting these things. If ever you needed a creature to symbolize a fear of pregnancy, a fear of becoming like a brood mother, this is like the perfect visual. The perfect visual. Listen to the sound in this soundtrack. Hearing it without all the other game audio on top of it. It sounds like it sounds like Ju-on. You hear that clicking in the background? It's Toshio Toshio. It's Toshio from The Grudge, from Ju-on. No. Kayako. Kayako does the creaky noise. Does Toshio also? I have to rewatch Ju-on now. Toshio makes like a cat noise. Kayako makes the clicky noise, I think. Or do they both make the clicky noise? Either way, it's from The Grudge. Different variations of the pregnancy creature. Earlier concept. Oh, these are Rinko's dolls. The like when you're fighting Priestess Rinko. When she's got the flame whip. And she makes these doppelgangers, doll versions of herself that chase after you. Priestess Sakuko. There, yeah, this version, Priestess Rinko. The sword variation of the Kashimashi. Different faces. The Ayakakashi, the scarecrows. Bride Hinako. Shiromuku. Some more Shiromuku concept art. Oh, that's interesting. A version of the Kashimashi that has like something else inside of it. Like another creature emerging from it. Big Chungus. Even though I know this creature is called the Ara Abare, it's just going to be Big Chungus. Forever in my heart. Knife Chungus. Knife Chungulus. Again, I really like this creature design too. It's like a variation of the insane cancers from Silent Hill 3. Side views. And then Drum Chungus. Gotta get the drum variation. And then Otosan. Daddy Chungus. With a transformation sequence and everything represented up here. Okasa. The emphasis on the spine being removed. That was such a good touch on the character. Like, the way Hinako viewed her mother, that she was spineless, you know, to like put up with the abuse and everything from her father. Even though we learn in one of the New Game Plus things, she wasn't as spineless as she seemed. She would like wring out the dirty dish rags into his tea and stuff like that. She was fucking with him the whole time. Getting her little methods of revenge where she could take them. Exactly. She did what she could within the constraints of her own world. Well put, Haswar. This boss. Such a cool boss design. With the doll, since we fight two different versions of this, we fight one where the doll is in the chest and one where Shu is in the chest, depending on the ending. And then environments. All of these environments. All the concept art. Ebisugaoka looks so good. If I get to visit Japan again, I do want to make a trip to Kanayama. I would love to take a trip to Kanayama if I make it to Japan again in my lifetime. Back in our day, we didn't have much time to draw concept art. Mr. Ito would sketch 2D art on the side. Only worked on religious paintings in your spare time while creating 3D CG. So really envy those who can specialize in drawing concept art. Must be wonderful. But I think that's what made those original Silent Hill games stand out so much. Because you had so many different people who all specialized in different types of artwork, sort of working together, sharing your ideas, and sharing your concepts, sharing 2D art and sketches combined with 3D CG. Because I know, like, for Silent Hill 1, there wasn't any concept art. Like, all of the creatures and characters, everything was designed in soft image directly. So there wasn't any like 2D art or concept art going on with Silent Hill 1 at all. Everything was being made like directly in soft image. I assume you were still using soft image for Silent Hill 3 as well by that point. That's a great shot. The lighting on the stairs, all the pipes. Hinako in the shadows there, her silhouette, for scale. Based on Gero City in Gifu. Kanayama. Kanayama, which is part of Gero, which is in Gifu. Personally, I think it might have been better we didn't have a division of labor back then. Learned a lot, so it was good in its own way. Yeah, I imagine having... It's got to be difficult, because for the time that you're working on it, you must just feel so busy. Like, you've got your hands full trying to do lots of different things, because you were, like, just for Usuda, I know you were responsible for a lot of the environments, but you also painted the portraits of Alessa and Saint Jennifer and all of those pictures in the church at the end of Silent Hill 3. But then I know you've said you were also responsible for, like, lighting, a lot of lighting effects, and that you were able to bring some of your knowledge and some of your experience with the 3D lighting to create some of the lighting effects for the environments as well, not just texture painting and asset creation. It's got to be frustrating because I know you then also don't get credited for everything that you did, like everything you did on the project. I know pretty much everybody on Team Silent had so many more things that they did for the game beyond just what they're credited for. Right down to like Jeremy Blaustein. Jeremy, he's credited as like the translator, localization, but he also worked directly with the actors. He hired all of the actors for Silent Hill 2 and 3 and 4. So he was a casting director. He was like doing a lot of things outside of just, translation. Just remember the Ghetto City Tourism Promotion Agency being in the game credits. Yeah, it's credited because Ghetto City would be like the overall thing. But in the Silent Hill transmission that Konami did, they actually showed, back before the game came out, they actually showed shots of Kanayama. Let me see, do I have that saved where I can like show it easily? No, I don't. But I've got videos on YouTube where I was like watching and reviewing everything from all of the transmissions, and the Konami transmission that was specifically about Silent Hill F. I think that was like 5 or 6 months before the game came out. Was where it specifically named Kanayama and showed them like using microphones to record the environment sounds that they used in game, and showing photographs of Kanayama where they recreated a lot of these, especially these environments around like the water, where you have the waterways going through and these little like bridges and fences and stairs going around it, the buildings kind of crowded around it. Like they show a lot of that in the transmission. Concept art for the rooms, right down to the calendars. Right down to the calendar. Look at the lighting for this, for concept art. This is beautiful. Usuda-san says, these concept art pieces are truly wonderful works that are very educational. The resolution's exceptionally high. It really is. Really is. Oops. Skipping over some. Get back to where we were. Did anyone mention most of the days of the calendar are marked as ominous? Yeah. It's another one of those cultural things that is like specifically Japanese, where certain days, certain times of the year, certain weeks and things are considered like bad omens or unlucky. And like the wedding date and a lot of the calendars and those sorts of things all sort of fall on those bad omen time periods, times of the year. First one being Buddha's death. Most important activities should be avoided, like weddings, business deals. There you go. And that's like what the game revolves around. The wedding happening, the dad's business deal falling through, we're trying to open his restaurant, like all of these bad omen days being sort of associated with all of these things going wrong. Chizuruya. Concept art of that little corner there with Chizuruya. really, really wonderful concept art in this art book. These are interesting to me because, like, this looks like a render. It doesn't look like her final in-game model. But this looks like a render, so I wonder if some of this concept art is like 2D mixed with 3D. Or if it's, I think maybe the background is just 2D, and then they did some 3D to put Hinako in for like scale. The blood leading out of the window. Looks so good. Sakoko Shrine. The rice fields. Rinko's house next to the rice fields. Oh, is this the well? This area got redesigned a little bit. But this is like the well where you fight Big Chungus. You have to crank the well up to get the key. Yeah, this little area right here after you drop down. It's so cool seeing the concept art, and I mean how recognizable it is compared to the final like in-game areas. Because there's a lot of games out there where you'll look at the concept art and compare it to like the final version of the game. That's a beautiful piece of artwork. I just want to frame this and hang it up in my house with all the like fox silhouettes in the background with the glowing eyes. Hinako showdown with Bride Hinako. This one's great. The arena where you fight Mom and Dad. Hinako's friends all hanging before the fight with the parents. Usuda-san says, back when we created backgrounds and such without concept art, that process itself was quite wonderful. It was enjoyable to see everyone independently brainstorming and creating. In the case of Silent Hill F, the artwork was provided first, so the staff converting it to 3D CG lost some of that creative process. Wonder how they felt about that. Yeah, I mean, it's a very different workflow for game development now compared to what it was like in the 90s and in the early 2000s. Because, yeah, a lot of the 3D artists, they're probably just given this artwork and doing their best to recreate it as faithfully as they can. But that also takes away a lot of their own personal input. I wonder how much freedom of expression they had when it came to some of these concepts and ideas, like if they were able to implement some of their ideas while the concept art was being done. Is it due to time crunch? Probably some of it. I imagine things are probably done now just to try to have a faster, more efficient workflow. But that's where things start to get tricky, you know, with game development, especially with a big production company like Konami, when you've got Konami Publishing and putting up all the money and giving the budget and deadlines for everything, you want to express as much of that personal artistic freedom as you can as an artist, I would imagine. But at the same time, you've got deadlines, you've got budget constraints. But great concept art here, the Shimizu house. Oh, all the different lighting, all the different variations of the Shimizu house. Since you go through like different time periods, different points in Hinako's past, each time you loop through the Shimizu house. So we get to see like each version of it here in the concept art. That's great. And then with the tendrils and flowers everywhere. And then the outside of the Shimizu house. Did I get a brightness contrast bug at second or third Shimizu residence? Not that I can remember. I don't think I ran into any lighting issues in any of my playthroughs. God, I can't wait to get to this area in game, because a lot of this stuff that is in the concept art, like this portrait here of the Shimizu family when Junko was being married, and you can see like her in her bridal dress. A lot of these details and things are there in the final in-game environments. So getting to these points of the game in the cam hack is going to be a lot of fun. Lots of details in these rooms to look at. This was always creepy. This is in game too, with the hair coming out of the little like wash area. Hinako's room, the bookshelf where you've got to move stuff around to get the melted wax. The doll, the celluloid doll, just chilling over here on the desk. Her track and field trophies. And then the bloody version of her room. Okay. But yeah. Unfortunately, this is where I have to call it. It's almost 2 a.m. for me. But for anybody who was curious about Silent Hill F and the deluxe edition, like what extra stuff that was included with it, this is the art book, the soundtrack. So you get like all of this, 15 tracks for the soundtrack that you can make playlists and go through and listen to. You get this whole art book with all the characters, monsters, environments. But yeah, some really, really cool stuff. I love when they include art books. I love looking through all of the concept art and everything for these games. One of my favorite things to look at. So, Wish we had a PDF version too, like with Silent Hill 2 Remake and Chronos. I mean, technically, I guess we could make one from these assets. And I'd be surprised if fans out there haven't already taken all of this and repackaged it and put it out there. But that is going to be it for me. That is going to be it for me. Oh, last couple of comments here from Usuda-san. Mr. Koike, who was drawing storyboards at the time, was the one who reluctantly took on the role when no one volunteered for the demo team. So I imagine his burden was particularly heavy. It was better from what I'm told. It's especially hard for storyboard artists now to keep up. Told it's very easy to burn out. Okay, so that was in response to Center Keys' comment. So Koike wasn't even drawing the storyboards initially. Was he, I guess, brought on for environments, similar to what he did for Silent Hill 1 and 2? And then no one else was taking on the role for storyboards, so he was just like, oh, I'll do it. I guess I'll do it. Did an amazing job, and created some of the most iconic UFO ending artwork in the process, since that was all Koike's artwork for the Silent Hill 3 UFO ending. Some of my absolute favorite artwork. I even have an emote. I even have the Heather UFO style emote, subscriber emote. Right there. Nub H. That's how much I love the Silent Hill 3 UFO ending. Love this track? Yeah, me too. Alright. Let's go find somebody to raid. And, of course, Center Keys, I can see you're still asking Usuda-san some questions. So I'm just going to also give another shout out. Since we're ending the stream, thank you so much to Usuda-san, Hiroko Usuda, environment artist, former member of Team Silent for Silent Hill 3, Silent Hill 4. Absolute legend. I appreciate you coming by the stream as always and sharing your insight and spending time with us. It really, really means a lot to me that you're part of our community. Getting to know and talk with and understand more from the point of view of people who are involved in making some of our favorite games, some of the things, the games and artwork and experiences that a lot of us have held very dearly in our hearts for a long time now. So it is seriously a huge honor, a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. Definitely go and follow Usuda. She's the queen of the Mokyu Mokyu Kingdom, and she is constantly on Twitch, on her own channel, doing artwork. So you can always check out her streams, check out her channel, catch her when she's live. If you want to follow up and ask more questions, that's probably a better place to do it. At the time, Konami had a system where designers were assigned to open positions regardless of their strengths or weaknesses. This applied to Tsukushi-san from Made in Abyss as well, who belonged to a different team. Could barely draw and was primarily responsible for managing 3D animation. Interesting. That must have been quite an experience. As said, if I get to come to Japan, I'm definitely going to come and visit you, Usada-san, and ask you all about your time working on these games and what that was like. I would love to hear all of these stories. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate everyone coming by, following the channel. We got some new follows today. We had some people who came by with some raids. If you were here with Catlink or Three Dog and hung around, I appreciate you. And all the subs, resubs, gift subs, all the love and support. You're legends. You're what allows me to keep doing this. Again, I've been a fan of these games for like 26 years, and I've been streaming them on Twitch for the past over 10 years, almost 11 years now. So, as I said, it's a huge pleasure just to be able to share my passion with this series with all of you, as always. Let's go pass the love along. We're gonna go raid somebody. We're gonna go raid my good friend Ecdysis. If you don't already know Ecdysis, you really should. He's an absolute legend when it comes to speedrunning and challenge runs. He's very, very knowledgeable on Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Dead Rising. There's so much that Ecdysis has done. He's been at countless Games Done Quick events and speedrunning events, both as a runner and as a commentator. The dude's an absolute legend. And he's currently doing some Resident Evil Code Veronica, all cutscenes and speedruns. So, if you want to go check him out, enjoy some Resident Evil Code Veronica, show him some love, drop him a follow, please, trust me. You want to follow him. He is amazing. He's very funny, super knowledgeable, puts out some great streams, puts out some great stuff on YouTube. And yeah, as for me, I'll be back tomorrow night, and we will continue the Silent Hill F cam hack playthrough. I'm excited. But yeah, till then, be good to yourselves, be good to each other. Much love. Peace